jump right back in. But I think a recap would be very good. Maybe trade deal? Maybe a little point of inspiration for a little recap action?
This is the recap of. I'll do it.
It's
Okay.
one of the one I wasn't there for, so I don't think I could do it.
I have an inspiration already.
Okay, I guess I'll do it. So, last time, I'm working backwards because I remember how it ended. We were. Oh, sorry, what did you say?
Me?
Yeah.
I said on Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, we were on Dragon Ball Z. That's right. It was the night that Yang had been assaulted by Lao Ara.
Yes.
And Yang left her untied in a shack, and came back, and there was turmoil and concern when we learned about what happened. We were fearing for our safety. It was unclear what Lao Ara was going to do, or what we should do. There were a few different opinions. One was to be decisive and restrain her, question her. One was to let her be free and rely on her motivations to keep her actions secret for herself, and just hope that an attack wouldn't happen again within the Lao estate. Either way, it was tumultuous. We kept watch. Lao Junlai and Lao Zhi ended up encountering each other that night and talking a little bit about it. Lao Zhi somewhat subtly and politically expressed his concern about the imminent threat of violence. Lao Junlai assured him that it was out of line for Ara and that it was under control now and we'd be safe. He gave us the word for that, so Lao Zhi trusted that. They had a little encounter in Junlai's personal garden that night where they spoke softly to each other and smelled each other and talked about who to marry and what the future of the city is. And the duel, which Junlai was still convinced he would win. The next morning, thankfully we weren't attacked again, and it was time to get ready for the duel. I feel like I might be missing something in that stretch, but I'm sure it'll be reminded. But at the duel, oh, that's right. Riley had to wrestle with whether to make his sake offering to a great kami or a great oni. And there was some consideration about this because the benefit would be bigger for the fight if it was an oni, but the long-term risks were there. And I believe he ultimately chose to do the, is it the cloudy one? The one that's for the great kami, not the bold one.
It was the.
You can offer any of them to either.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, he did not do the Oni one. We gotta look at the political figures and Lao family characters at the start of the duel. Some crotchety old people, some stuck-up people, some, just a variety. Lao Ara was there. Started the duel. it was very close. Lao Junlai got Ryuji down to, was it 2 HP, 1
Yeah,
HP?
2 HP.
2 before he was able to activate his stacks of bleed, of wound, and stun Junlai. And I think that happened for a couple rounds. He got a bunch of attacks in, prevented healing that Junlai was doing from his attacks, and ended up turning it around and winning the duel against all odds. To the shock of everyone there, Junlai included. And that's where, after the duel ends, Ryuji reveals his telepathy to Junlai and talks a little bit about the very next step, which is Junlai announcing to the family that they were going to go defeat the Red Ogre Clan together with us, the visitors to the city, along with Junlai. And there was another part to that announcement. But it was basically a recommendation of saying, look, here is the Lao family from Seisho, here's their strength, they beat me, and we are going to arrange marriages between our families and unify.
Yes.
And then the next step after that, which we're about to jump into, is there's a little after party and time to do politics.
Very good word. This is not a political gathering. It's not a political meeting. It is kind of an after party. It's a little mingling, a political mingling thing. And it will not be your only chance to engage in politics here. However, it's also probably recommended that you don't engage in hard politics here.
Right.
There is quite literally millennia of bureaucratic expectation behind political meetings and discussing of serious things. So this would be a very good time to read on the houses, lay some seeds, but not make any hard moves. A couple of things. There was a lot of really subtle insight gained in the last session. Number one, Lao Zhi, listen, we were all here for that 5 inspiration costing spree.
Yeah.
It was okay, listen, you had some rough times. But last session, you were crushing it. You successfully perceived Lao Junlai and overheard him when he was talking to a mysterious servant. He said his right hand he had to take care of Lady Ara. You also crit successed on 2 or 3 rolls with insight and learning about these things. You heard him discipline Lao Ara.
That's right.
And I
that
think
was
probably
a crit
the
success.
only
I forgot
time
that
that
was
you guys
supposed
have
to be
ever heard him say sound stern or angry. There was a sharpness to his voice, and he was very much like, "What the fuck? You could have fucked everything up big time. What are you doing?" He was very angry and stern with her, and you also got some very important insight because I think you crit success on an insight roll with her. Lao Ara was saying to Lao Junlai, she was crying, and it was kind of half words, but she was like, "I'm so sorry, brother. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." And she really truly believes that. She's not. Listen, there's a lot of gears up here, and not all of them are touching. Okay? This bitch is crazy, okay? However, another affirmation was kind of gained that while you got the insight, Lao Zhi, that oh wow, yikes, I did not know it was that bad. You also got the insight that her entire motivator, her or motivator is deep devotion to her brother.
That's right.
Yeah, she had full intent to slice up Yang and drop his body in the river. Well, probably not the river. It's a sacred river, but drop his body in a ditch. Feed it to the pigs, right? Like 100%. And she would have stepped over all of your corpses. She would have butchered Shiro if it meant protecting her brother. She really truly views him as a threat, or viewed, perhaps. Now that she's been scolded, the situation has been made more abundantly clear to her. Another thing. So, I've said this a couple of times, but I don't remember who to, so I wanted everybody to hear it. There is no world under the eyes of gods and men in which any of you should have been able to win against Lao Junlai. The level disparity is so ridiculous. But you used every consumable you had at your disposal. You slapped every single party buff you could on Ryuji. Yoshida buffed his weapon. Jihuo gave him the temp HP. Used the sake offering, which is a really powerful item that takes months to develop. You used the oil to regain HP. Used every consumable item, every buff. And this is the perfect scenario for Ryuji's martial technique. I don't think it's any secret now how your martial technique operates, Riley. It's pretty people are used to you applying wounds.
Yeah.
Ryuji applies wounds when he attacks, and his abilities kind of suck ass until he has a lot of those on the enemy, and then they're really broken. So, by the nature of that, Ryuji really strives in fights that drag out over a long time. But not only that, against a single opponent, he's far more deadly than against multiple, because you could stack wounds a lot better on a single guy. And additionally, it's a metal stance style against a wood stance style. And Lao Junlai, whose combat preference with the falling leaf style, is a drawn-out single combat. So it's like every single factor of this custom system that we're using, the crafting system, the martial arts system, to really refine your fighting style and say, hey, this is my specialty, and when I'm in the right situation, I kick ass. That's exactly what you did. That's exactly what it was. And it is the reason that the scales were tipped and Ryuji is able to win. That was like, I think that should live as a shining example of like what my goal with this martial arts system and the crafting system should do. Make no mistake, especially if you guys survive into the kind of Act 2 and 3 of this campaign, the odds will be against you at points. And it is up to your refinement of your martial arts and your usage of the crafting system to tip the scales back in your favor. So masterfully mechanically played, but also, yeah, like I said, a perfect example of what the unique homebrew for this campaign is supposed to do. But on the fight, it is incredible that you guys won. That's a big plus for you. But that was less important than impressing the nobility. And Ryuji rolled really fucking high on his first performance roll, did pretty decent on the second one, and a crit success on the third one when he beat Lao Junlai. So overall, immensely impactful. This duel is your guys' like golden key. It is going to make your lives a lot easier when dealing with the bureaucracy of this city. You also learned one other thing. Tommy, I think you'll really enjoy this. Lao Junlai is known by the people of Huanshen as the gentle mandate of God.
Do I get that title now because I beat him? I think it's fair.
No, you're not gentle. What are you talking about?
I just I feel like I should get a title.
The ravenous devastation of the heavens.
If you spend the next 15 years protecting this city from the threats that assail it, they'll probably give you a title too, a really cool one. This isn't one of the important things about that is that Lao Guo said this. That the people call him that, not the nobility. The people. The nobility would like to think he doesn't exist. But yes, so a couple of very big things were able to be swung in that duel. Number one, Lao Junlai said that the families were marrying. He made that statement, so the nobility will expect it now. Number two, he said that the two of your houses combined are going to defeat the Red Ogre Clan, which there is a lot of history, really nasty, icky history about. Which would be a very big political swing for you guys. But to sum it up, there are a couple of things on your guys' little bingo board here. You got to defeat the Red Ogre Clan. You got to arrange at least a marriage, and that's pretty much it for your mandatories. After that, it's only the glory of the Lao name. So yeah, if any of you guys would like to do something in the post-duel, so like it will be some hours after the fight officially ends. So Sumi sees to your wounds, Ryuji, and you're all cleaned and bandaged up. And Lao Junlai, no doubt, has healing attendants tend to him as well. So you know you're not walking around bloody swords.
Do my hit points get restored?
No, but I mean, it would count as a short rest, I guess, if you'd like to.
I'll roll the short rest dice. Why not? Yeah, at this little after party, if you guys remember, I described the crowd for that duel. There was a crowd watching, but it was not a peasantry crowd. It was pretty much all of the most important noble people in the city. So, the 9 great houses were all there, watching. Nothing extremely eventful will probably happen, like during this event. But if any of you guys would like to take specific action or make some rolls, try and check something, get some vibe, figure out.
I would like to make a roll.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm gonna because I'm house sitting, I had to bring my PC over here, so it's a little bare bones. I have one monitor and no camera, so I will be a little
No
slower
worries.
than normal. Okay, I want to make a roll to see which of the noble families it looks like are here have very young children.
Okay.
We have a list of all the heirs.
Well, I even mean like, because Jiho doesn't have children yet, but I think he understands that his role would be to provide future marriages. So I think what his game plan is to find people to like betroth his firstborn son to. You know what I mean? Like make promises rather than which will be a little less political sway than a straight up marriage, but it would still, I feel like, serve us good. If I could get in goody with another family and be like, hey, I'm a young strapping nobleman. When I get some heirs, what if they just marry the Seong girls or the Cho girls? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
right.
I agree with that. I'm just saying that we already amassed a list of the available people
Of
to
every
get
single one?
betrothed. I believe so.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's somewhere up there.
I have it in
Here,
my
I can-
notes as well.
I found it. Can I pin? Or I'll just reply to it. List
Oh,
of
here.
kids.
I'll just copy and paste it down here. I found it.
List of kids.
I'm gonna go fill up my water.
See, these are all too old. Like I need someone who has a newborn son or like newborn daughter to like betroth and make an arranged marriage for.
That's true. Babies aren't on the list.
Because I mean, the idea is Jihuo doesn't even have a kid yet, so I feel like
Yeah.
if they're like already 12, they're gonna be like, I don't want to wait that long.
There's a 5-year-old in there. I guess you're looking for people who've got babies or maybe like young,
Yeah.
newly married
I might
nobles.
scope out the Moon family or the Mun family and see what they got going on. Although they don't look like they control any land, so maybe not. Useless dogs. Oh no, they do. Dom, I have a question.
Yes.
First off, is it Moon or Mun?
Moon.
What's going on with them? They just not have kids yet, or?
They're well, okay.
It's a big family, yeah.
All of these families have close but not direct branch families.
Right. Just like
that have
like the Lao of
every
Seisho, right?
every amount of like but these are the direct family. The Moon family, they have children that all are already arranged.
I see.
So these are, and the other families have plenty of other children.
Who are the heads of their families? Of the Moon family, do they look youngish? Able to produce
Here
more heirs?
are the list of names.
I have a simple roll. If you want me to make that real quick.
Yes.
I want to just go around chit-chatting, introducing party stuff, but I want to try to get a read on which are the problem families. Who are the biggest thorns in Junlai's side?
Gotcha.
Just to get a few names.
That's actually
that's
a good
where we should
idea.
focus.
Absolutely. There are a couple of rolls that you could make for this. You could roll persuasion. You could roll insight.
Let's do insight.
Tempted to let you roll investigation. Oh, well, we won't
Wow.
need it. All right.
Sorry.
Sorry, not sorry.
I'm not
Let's see,
sorry.
you,
Good shit.
You like, wow, you really kicked ass out there. Time to step it up. Let me become a bureaucrat. You go around. It is a really pleasant evening here. It seems like a lot of house tension is like, well, it exists, but it's like the formality is very heavily in the favor of, hey, let's all have a pleasant time. So like people are kind of like, the guards of the especially staunch ones are up, but a lot of guard is down. You walk around, you make introductions, you introduce the other members of your family. Do you introduce Sumi? Or
She's
Yoshida?
there, huh?
Or Yang? Or Shiro?
I thought you said
Does-
Yang and Yoshida and Shiro cannot come.
They're not there.
Yes.
Did we bring Sumi?
I assume we did.
I mean, if they're not there, then they definitely not getting brought. Like, I mean, I don't want to like, exclude them or whatever. But if it's like for political sake that they're not allowed to come,
Well,
then I don't want to
let me be clear.
intrude.
Yoshida said, I'm not going. Look at me.
Look at me. I'm not going.
Well, he's also
Yang-
he has a point.
Yang pretty much said the same thing, and I think Shiro and Sumi were kind of in an ambiguously undecided boat.
If it was undecided, then I might suggest that Sumi and Shiro don't join us.
Yeah, honestly, I'm in the same boat. I think it should just be the Laos.
Okay, you suggest that. It's just you three. You make
If
the
anything, I feel
introductions,
like
and I will give you
Yeah.
a rundown. So, let me be very clear. The biggest thorn in Lao Junlai's side is the Lao family. The three elders of the Lao family hate his guts. They despise him. They think the world would be better off if he was never born. He stands as an affront to all of their traditions and beliefs. And they are like Lao Junlai's aunt, and then like whatever it's called, like second cousin, like the great aunt, like great cousins or whatever. I don't know what that is, but the cousin, but when it's a generation above.
Once removed.
Is that what that is? That what that is?
Generation up or down is X removed, and then to the side is first, second, third
first,
cousin.
second, third.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. The Lao triad have a chokehold on the Lao resources. Lao Junlai is incredibly limited in his power. He is a figurehead. And he would truly be a useless figurehead if he wasn't a hero of the city. He only has a small amount of sway because he has consistently exited the safety of the palace to go and save the people of this city. Within the walls of Huanshen, it is a paradise, and that is what the nobility see. However, you all depend on farms to feed you, and it is not so good out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there is a vast dichotomy of like the Lao family values and what Lao Junlai stands for. There have probably been attempts on his life. Okay, kind of going down the list here. The Shong family are a little bit strange. They are the most, I don't want to say they're the most stubborn, but they're very unmoving. They are obstinate. However, they do not directly oppose Lao Junlai. They have a like a history and expectation of inaction. So they're not quite a thorn, but they are like, they would be really hard to persuade onto your side. They are a rock that would need to be weathered or shattered. The So family is okay, well, you're just gonna kind of get all the info because you crit success on this extremely important roll, I guess. Okay, well, take these notes. The So family lives in kind of a duality. The family resources benefits a lot directly from Lao Junlai. Because the So family oversees the more industrial parts of the city, and their continued access to resources and food that's brought in from the outside has been aided by Lao Junlai's conquests.
So like their family business is their wealth is in his favor, but the head of their family, So Chin-sun, is a like later middle-aged extreme sexist. Most of them are, but hers is perhaps the most pronounced. So the head of the family really does not like him. The Cho family is pretty neutral. Compared to the other ones, at least. All of them are in the negative. Let me be clear. If this is a -10 to +10, neutral is like a -3. The Cho family is pretty neutral, and the Moon family are pretty neutral. For different reasons. The Cho family is a very big agricultural front. The Moon family has a lot of religious significance and history, and they kind of like their heads as have a mentality, even though they oversee different avenues. They kind of have this mentality of like weather the storm. So like their opinion on Junlai isn't as passionate, even though it's like a disapproval. They're like, nothing's breaking. Like he'll die and a woman will take over like she should. But so they're not like really actively opposing him. What's the next one?
Che.
The Che oh, am I missing one?
Oh yeah,
You
there's
have
7.
Han.
I'm missing the Han family. Oops.
I said it first.
Oh, and what did you say the Cho's business was? They do
They do farming, yeah.
Wait, that was the Cho, not the So?
Yes, the So are like industrial.
My thought process with them is they will either be our greatest allies or our greatest enemies in our endeavor for the road. Because we are either supplementing their business exponentially or we are running it into the ground.
Yeah.
It depends on how much they want to import.
The Han family is like the Cho family, an agricultural family. However, they are more disapproving of Lao Junlai because the Han family head has made multiple attempts to broker a marriage with his siblings, and he has denied them. And so resentment has built up pretty substantially over the years. The Che family they're a little bit of a weird one, kind of like how the Xiong family do not directly oppose him, but they're like very like weather the storm, The Che family have had their not like industry. They've had their I'm blanking on the word, like their holdings that their shrink pretty substantially in the past couple rulerships, so they've built up a rather bad rapport with the Lao family. They don't have anything directly like against Lao Junlai, but he has not helped them, and they kind of like they're pretty divisive because they're kind of at a point where they're like, well, we want this whole wing back and we want this whole wing back, but it's like a generation has passed now, and the people that live there are like, I don't know, bro, I was just born here. I don't know what you're talking about, but they're like really, they kind of had their stick up their ass about a policy a couple generations back. The Wan family and the Gi family are pretty similar. They fucking hate the Lao family, specifically because they are the families that control the main like river supply, um, whatever that's called, river resources. They're in charge of a lot of the fishing and a lot of the commerce that goes along the river. And they are the most powerful out of the other 8 families, the Wan and the Gi family. The only thing that prevents the Wan and the Gi family from tipping the scales against the Lao family is the fact that the Wan and the Gi hate each other just as much as they hate having to bow down to the Lao.
Right, it's very good. You should use them to take down one of the other ones and marry into the one that wins.
Yeah. And help them.
Okay, I have a list of people that I want to speak to, if possible.
Can I ask a question, Mom?
Yes, what's your question?
How old are my children again?
I don't know. That's like
Should I just...
new deal.
Alright, I'll just give them the
I
ages
thought-
real quick.
I'm pretty sure I remember Aiko, your eldest, was 7, I'm pretty sure, at the start. No, that was Shiro. I think she's 9 at the start.
Okay, so she would be like 10 now.
Yeah, and
10...
your middle child, I think, was
I'll say he's
6, and
8.
then-
Okay, so he'll be 7 now.
And then your youngest, I think, was like 4 or 5.
So they'll be 6 now. Okay. That was my question.
So, to be clear, with your guys' loose goal of make sure Lao Junlai has the power so that the Lao family can make the goals and we can get a road underway, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You do not need to marry into all these families. You don't need to befriend all these families. You need to give Lao Junlai power over them.
Yeah.
And Lao Zhi, for your history, your knowledge of out of the party, your knowledge of these things exceeds everybody else's just from sheer experience. You know very well how the game is played. Conversations are not made with charisma and charm. They're made with pressure. Don't get me wrong. Every once in a while, there's a Rasputin that just throws the whole game into disarray because they're a cult leader, and everybody just wants to be their friend. But pretty much most of the time, these things are not done with like, hey, would this be cool? It's done with what are our interests and can you make me do it? You can strong arm houses if your position is good enough. Alternatively, and you know, I say this just a little bit of it. I just like throwing it out there. Some of these rulers are very obstinate, and their next in line is very obstinate, and the next in line is very obstinate. But maybe that 10-year-old doesn't really know anything about the world, could, you know, be the head of the family, and then I mean, they don't have a lot of info. They don't have a lot of like,
We help them
you
out.
know,
willpower.
Uncle Lao's come and give him some
Yeah.
education on how the
Give them
world
some
works.
education and say, hey, the Lao family is really cool. So just if some of these families that you don't really have a strong arm tactic over, or you can't pressure, or you don't have a really good in, like a marriage proposal, like some of them maybe just they fall ill.
Modify.
I'm just saying, I'm just throwing it out there. I know.
I cannot, like, I cannot agree to that plan morally. I physically can't, but
No, no,
Well,
I
one
if
wonderful-
nobody tells
wonderful thing
Jinguo
is
about
that-
it, then that can happen. I just, I think the more sway we have over the city as a whole is still helpful. 'Cause I don't know. I mean, I was under the impression that like yeah, Lao Junlai in power, but like long term, it's like no, it's like our branch that's gonna be in power still.
Well, long term, it's neither of you because you'll all die to old age.
Yeah, but
Nuh-uh.
that's not how dynasties think. It's if
Well,
if
exactly.
my children, run this city, then I
Exactly.
succeeded.
And if you're just going on raw political power, the power play is to marry Lao Zhi to Lao Ara and marry Lao Junlai to Lao
Aiko.
Aiko. And then to marry Ryuji's other two children to the two strongest supporters of the Lao family, and then to domino collapse the ones that you can, and then to assassinate the ones that you can't. That's like if you're going like efficient political mode, like you've done
I was
enough
also
studying
thinking
Lao Zhi, and that crit success will also kind of help you along that line. Like that's the bare bones, like that's the power play. But there's a lot of things that aren't quite ethical.
Could we
with
not
gaining
try to
power.
like World War One them, where we like make so many confusing treaties between the houses, like with me as like a middleman, that like they start to implode on themselves, like make a deal with
Oh,
the
you-
Cho and the
And I
Wan,
mean, like
then the Cho and the Moon, then the Moon and the Wan, then the Moon and the Gi, then the Che and the Cho, and it's like have
Well-
this like web of things where they're starting to piece each other apart rather than
what
us
you
having to
don't
do a
want
whole lot.
is panic or chaos, because the city is fragile as far as its population goes. Like they do not have a large surplus of food here. They don't have the benefit of the monument. They have the blessing of the fountainhead waters, but like it's not the same thing.
Yeah, like the monument's still like kind of it's one of a kind.
And so yeah, you want to, well, it doesn't really sound good at all, but you want to totalitarian take the power, not like destroy the power that's there.
I know what Ryuji wants to do. Because I think all these political games way above Ryuji's pay grade. He did his job. He's like, okay, I just gotta not fuck anything up here now. And
This
then
isn't what I
Lao
get paid
Shi
for
and
either.
Lao
I'm doing my
Jiwo are
best.
gonna charm people and make political moves, and they're gonna take care of everything else.
Yeah, pretty much.
So
You're good, man.
Why am I getting signed up for this? This is not what I get paid for.
Hey, sorry, +4 charisma, you chose it.
I think
Yeah.
what he wants to do is the girl that sponsored him when he was doing his like depressing fighting pit arc.
Yeah.
She's from the Wan family. And
is.
I think and she's also unmarried.
True.
So I think he wants to go and talk to her. If that's possible.
Yeah, totally. She is absolutely at this event. You can find her.
Okay. And I don't think you ever gave me her name.
I don't think so either. She is that Wan family daughter.
Yeah.
How about Wan Bora?
Bora?
Yeah.
Also, you guys didn't level up at the end of last session or anything, right?
No.
Okay, we're level 4 still.
Yeah.
We should all be level 5. I remember.
Wait. So we did level up or no?
We didn't.
No.
Okay. Sorry, I can't see your
Ryuji-
face, Gabe. I have one monitor.
Ryuji will approach her, and he will give a bow of respect, and he will say, Wanbora, did you manage to see the fight?
She gives like a snort.
Oh, Lady
Yeah.
Lady Wanbora.
She she snorts and goes, yeah, I saw it.
Well, did you bet on me?
I don't see why I would after the performance you gave last time I bet on you. It would have been nice to have seen that fighting spirit earlier, but whatever.
I feel like this is like, or he's just like, wait a minute, this is like a formal setting, and she's talking to me like so casually.
Well, also she has the power.
Okay.
She has the implicit power in this situation.
Ryuji will
It's
say,
important to remember that in this circumstance, when you're walking about the common folk of the city, you're like, hey, I'm just a normal guy. In this circumstance, it's like elders, women, men. You know?
okay, in that case, Ryuji will bow again and says, I deeply apologize for my poor performance. I was not at my best at the time.
She gives a sigh, like, yeah, well, I mean, it's whatever. It's fine, pretty much.
Do you
Like,
fight
other things to
yourself?
take care of. Wait, what did you ask?
Do you fight yourself?
She like kind of grimaces. Like, of course not.
The women here aren't trained in martial styles.
She says, fighting is a barbaric, brutal thing, better suited for the likes of you. It's not like every family has an elegant martial art passed down like the Lao, befit for a woman's hand.
I see. Well, I wanted you to know that I did enjoy fighting for you, and I hope that our partnership was at least somewhat profitable before my failure.
More ups than downs, I suppose. Maybe I'll have you fight for me again in the future. It is satisfying, I'll say. I don't know why they even let him learn the falling leaf style. So it's satisfying to see him put in his place.
A victory to me is always satisfying, no matter the opponent. And in fact, now that it's been announced that we will be taking on the Red Ogre Clan next, perhaps I could bring you back a trophy. Would that interest you at all?
She says, bring it to me, and I'll decide if it interests me.
Can I make an insight check on her?
Yeah.
I want to see, like... I just want to get a vibe of... Is she, like... Basically, like, is she sick of Ryuji and just, like, hoping this conversation ends? Or is she, like... Yeah, or is she just being, like, coy, kind of? That's what I want to try and figure out. Where's insight? Oh, I don't have advantage, but...
You are a chess piece, so her heart is not in it.
I see.
But she doesn't really care that much. it's not a I'm sick of you. It's an inherent. You're like,
You're beneath me.
yeah, but also she's just kind of like a nerdy 14-year-old.
Yeah, okay.
There's like a kind of inherent sass in everything.
Okay, let me ask you a DM question. If I was to bring up my son here, would that be like uncalled for? Would that be like weird to say like, oh, I have a son that's like a couple years younger than you who's also training? Like
It would probably be more proper. Well, is the unfortunate reality of the situation is that it would be more proper to talk to the head of the family
parent, yeah.
during
Okay.
a formal meeting about something like that.
How can I kind of breach the topic with her, because Ryuji is not formal, and I think he kind of likes this girl. He likes her like spunk kind of. And I think he wants to know, like, could he ask her, like, have you thought about marriage at all or something? Would that be inappropriate? Like,
Nah, kind of depends on how you deliver it.
okay.
Maybe a roll is in order.
Okay. In that case, Ryuji will say, I believe most young women your age have already been married off. Is there a reason that you haven't been yet?
She says, well, okay, yeah, roll persuasion.
Okay.
Oh, the DC's pretty low for this circumstance, I think.
Okay. Ooh, let's go. we're critting everywhere, Gabe.
Guys, save some, you're gonna need it. She says, no, yeah, I was betrothed for a while, but, he fell off of a horse on the Namjog Bridge and died.
I'm sorry, that must have been very unfortunate.
I didn't really like him. He smelled like soybeans.
Ryuji will laugh a little bit. And he'll say, well, I have 3 children of my own, and while I know that duty goes before pleasure, I would hope that my children would end up liking whoever they get married to. And I hope the same thing for you. You seem like a good young woman.
She says, yeah, thanks. I mean, you should probably talk to my lady mother about that, but, you know, I wouldn't mind marrying, one of your sons. All of the people here, I mean, and she kind of, like, looks around, like, side to side, and she's like, she just gives, like, a look, and, like, I don't know, like, Slim Pickens, this is the look on her face. And she says, but, she kind of, like, gets a closer look at you and, like, with, like, a more of in a formal setting where when you don't have a wolf head on, you know? And she's like, kind of half, shrug, and she's like, at least be more interesting than the typical faces around here. And you see that her gaze is kind of just, like, fixed on, like, they're, like, 2, like, like, younger children, like, one of them's just, like, picking their nose, you know, like, a whole pinky up there. She's just like,
Ryuji will say, alright, well please enjoy the rest of the party, and thank you for your time. And he will excuse himself.
She says, yes, you as well, and, send a letter ahead of time. You could set up a time for you to be introduced to my mother.
She said she'll send a letter, or she said she's telling me to send a letter?
If you send a letter, she'll make an appointment for you.
Oh, okay.
That's big.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay.
Anything else? from the
Someone
party?
else can go.
Well, I wanted to talk to the elders of some of the families to get the vibes on what Jiwo could do to help. But if like arranged marriages isn't really what we're looking for, then I don't know what he should necessarily do.
You could just, be a positive face and wait for the scheming until you're behind closed doors.
That's a good point too. Like Jiwo doesn't necessarily know like the full extent of how much we're trying to like game this necessarily. He was just
And
been
it's still helpful to just like go
just been
chat,
farming.
be nice, and make friends.
How is the farm doing, by the way, Dom? I cared about that land. Don't you laugh at me.
It's probably dead.
No, what do
But
you mean?
I bet people are going to probably
No.
move in there pretty soon.
Okay. So it's good fallow soil for them.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. That's good to know.
Fresh.
I mean, yeah, that's probably what I'll do then. If I can't help with a specific scheme in general, I'll just kind of meander to each group, gaining information and just being like friendly.
Would you like to make a check, or just kind of have that be a passive thing?
Let me see. I mean, honestly, I might just want to try to roll like persuasion or performance to just like see how well I can kind of, woo the crowd post battle towards the Laos.
Yeah.
I think maybe what I kind of want to focus on is like very subtly, of course, but I just want to like I want Lao Shipo to talk as much as he can with like the elders or like the oldest of the groups and just like be like um very formal and respectful to them and kind of like subtly like talk up the Laos of Seisho while not tarnishing the name of Lao Junlai, but kind of like toying at the idea of like, oh, there's like all these other Laos who do follow tradition and like Lao Chen, she's so like
that's
amazing.
super
You know what I
smart.
mean?
Yeah, go ahead. I'd say that's a
We have a
persuasion
woman.
roll. Or
Look at me, I'm a
also be
perfect Lao man. I
performance.
can't even read. Like,
Don't even wanna.
You said persuasion or performance?
Yeah.
That's a good angle.
I do persuasion.
I think I might even give you advantage because the angle is really good. Yeah, I'll give you advantage on this one, I think.
Okay,
Okay.
could be worse.
You are a very pleasant face. You make acquaintance with a couple of the elders, probably about half of them, and maintain perfect diplomacy.
Perfect.
With the crit success at the very end of the duel, ludicrously huge right there. So the pendulum has already swung in your guys' favor. The downside is that it's already so far away from your guys' favor that it is hard to push it back. But you guys do have an enormous head start in that direction, so like the mood here is very positive, and you're received very well.
Cool.
The night dies down, and you all return to the south wing, I assume?
Yeah.
Perfect.
I think. Oh. I wanted to stroll through the Seon Gardens for a bit if I could, but
Oh, you absolutely can.
just on the way home, and then I will.
Oh, congratulations! This duel And that announcement concludes your house arrest.
Ah.
You are now
Oh,
free to
good.
move about the city.
Hell
However,
yeah.
make no mistake, you will probably be being watched.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But you will not be being like in a
Monitored.
You guys were in a fancy prison,
Yeah.
you know. Now you are free to walk about. Jiho, you go to walk about the Sound Gardens at night. The rest of you depart back to the south wing. Lao Zhi, for a brief moment. Oh, roll luck.
It's pretty good.
You catch. Oh, what would you rather? A forewarning or an emotion?
An emotion, because Lao Zhi won't do anything about a forewarning.
You see Lao Junlai like across the plaza as he's going to return to the main wing, and you make eye contact for a brief few seconds before he smiles and curtly turns away. And I think something kind of strikes you right there. There's something about maybe
Uh-huh.
maybe it's the lighting, or maybe it's the success, or
How incredibly good looking he is.
how incredibly good looking he is.
How does he
and it
smell,
smells
Dominic?
Really nice. Smells faintly floral, ever so faintly, crisp and floral, and how elegant, how refined. You guys return to the south wing, and actually, somebody comes with you, Jihuo.
Ooh. Ooh.
As you're leaving, a man puts his arm around your shoulder.
That's gonna be pretty. Like, I don't want to be,
Jarring.
startling, but yeah, kind of
No,
like,
it's
whoa, like, who
jarring.
is that? You know, yeah.
A big guy, not as big as you, but like for the era and the location, a big guy, kind of muscular.
This Yuo's Titanic. So I get
Yeah,
it.
Jihuo's Titanic, but like this is a larger fellow compared to the average. He puts his arm around your shoulder, very casually, like very familiarly, and leans in and says, "Oh, where are you off to so late?" A pipe hanging out of his mouth.
Do I recognize him?
Yes, this is Lao Guo.
Okay. I don't know if I knew him very well, but
You don't.
but I know who he is.
Yes, you know who he is, and you saw him openly badmouth, like the Lao elders, like just quite simply the dumbest thing that he could have done, but it was just like, shut the fuck up about my brother. Like,
Yeah, but I also know that the dumbest thing I could do is badmouth him. So
very much
I'll-
so.
I'll just kind of nod and ignore the hand of my shoulder, like let him keep it there, but ignore the informality of it, and I'll bow and say, ah, Lord Lao Guo, I was just off to walk the gardens.
Ah, I think you'd much more enjoy down by the docks. Have you ever spent some time looking at the river, the Piang?
Well, yes, I have actually, but
Then perhaps the same blood does run through our veins. I'll walk through the gardens with you, and I'll show you my pavilion.
okay, that sounds like a wonderful time. Thank you.
Of course. And he like kind of pulls away, but pats his hand on your shoulder as he moves away, and then passes you his pipe.
Oh, I've never done this before, Dom. But it's polite, so I'll try.
Ouch! It hurts.
I'll kind of like, oh, it's lovely. Thank you, Lord Lao Guo.
You get used to it. You get used to it. And he kind of stops like a little bit halfway on the bridge, so it's just like. By the way, the bridge to the Lao Manor, beautiful, beautiful.
I think what you want to be like
about up, or so, and it overlooks the river, and so he kind of stops and just like looks off the edge and lets a big puff out into the night. And by the way, I don't believe I ever mentioned this because it wasn't relevant, but he's not smoking tobacco or Mary Jane. It's incense.
Oh.
Yes.
I'll kind of like claw at my throat a little bit and say, is that something I have to get used to?
He says, I remember the first time I had it. I must have been, and he kind of looks at you, about half your height. It's a unique Huanshen tradition. I partake quite often.
Yes.
It clears the mind, lets things flow. Sorry, I think I've had too much to drink.
That's all right. There are those that say, the drink of wheat and berries is what lets the mind flow too. All have their avenues into the Tao.
He kind of arcs an eyebrow and says, Ah, so it is not just your brother that's a student. I had the pleasure
yes,
of
it is.
exchanging clothes with him.
Really?
Yes, we did battle in the lower city.
It's fair to
It
be
was-
surprised.
It was satisfying. I don't think I've ever fought somebody who understands the current of this world quite like I do.
Well,
His understanding, I admit, almost equals my own.
I would say that he is the only student of the Tao. I'm. Well, if he is the father who teaches the son to swim, then I am but the son still. However, I do think that, not to presume on your emotions, most honorable lord, but you should cherish that moment. Lord Shi is not one prone to sparring often, not like my other brother, Lao Ryuji.
I admit, I may have strong-armed him into it. I believe I lost my temper a bit. Your brother... And he suddenly gets... I mean, if his breath wasn't masked with incense, you would smell the soju. He knows the ramifications of his actions today are going to mean that his life is hell soon. This man has...
Yeah.
he drank too much very intentionally, okay? But very suddenly, almost like on command, he like pseudo sobers. He gets very kind of like a deeper
shit.
tone, and he says, "Your brother. He reminds me of my own. Have you ever seen him happy? Truly happy."
I think Juho is gonna kind of think for a second, and then that's interesting. I don't know if I've seen anyone in my family truly happy. I have seen true happiness, though. It is the face Shiro makes when I tell him that we have dumplings for dinner instead of just rations. It's the face that Sumi makes when I tell her that I've cleaned up camp for the day, that she could go on.
I don't know if I'd say anybody in your family hasn't been happy. After all, he kind of points his pipe. Look at you.
Well, I appreciate that, Lord. I hope they have been. The question is simply if I had seen it or not.
You and I, Jihuo, completely breaking formality.
Yeah.
Also, never has spoken to you before.
Yeah, I'm being very, like, very formal, like, oh, my honorable lord.
No, this guy
you
is
know, like-
he's really out there. He's completely breaking convention.
Okay,
I mean, I
do
think
so.
that the party from the various roles knows that he is quite literally just like a black sheep. And is
Yeah.
all but banned from the Lao Manor. But he says, you and I, Jihuo, have been afforded that happiness by their sacrifice. But today, most curiously, even though I've always been bigger and stronger, I've never been able to beat him. Not once, you know. Neither has anybody else. I thought it a strength, but covered in blood, in defeat. Do you know what I saw in his eyes? Hope.
Should be there. There's something special about our expedition.
Well, you can say that again. Say, do you want to lose the tail we have? He takes a really look, like his chest kind of even bulges a little bit,
Oh my
and then
God.
he looks back at the kind of like way station, and you see that it's very difficult, but you see crouched shadows on the roof, and he blows a smoke cloud that supernaturally kind of like billows out and expands and covers the portion of the bridge, and then he like books it into the city, kind of just expecting you to follow.
I will.
That's fun.
I want to chase after him. Yeah.
You chase after him, you have some conversations in the Shan Gardens, and he will take you back to his pavilion. It's like a nice little house.
Just this place where he stays because he's not allowed to stay at the manor.
Yeah. And you kind of like, you spend the night. He provides a little bit of he provides some very crisp, cool water, and yeah, you spend some time with Laguo throughout the night and kind of gain a little bit more insight into the curious fellow.
Yeah.
Back in the Lao Manor.
I did want to ask him something though.
Oh yeah.
When we get back to his little house and we've had our water or tea for a little bit or something, I want to ask him. Lao Guo, you seem like a man that, despite what my respect for the elders tells me, I believe to be wise. I cannot pin my finger on it, but something about it tells me, and well, I've learned to trust my gut. So I want to ask you this. How does a sword, that which cuts, slices, and removes, maintain the flow of everything else? How does a blade flow along the grass rather than cut it?
He says,
You need only look to the recordings. It's well documented. Well, somewhere it must be. There are many things that aren't told in the scrolls and histories in the manor. Knowledge passed down from mouth to mouth.
and he kind of motions out his like open doorway to the river that's right there. He says,
Like every small cup of water from the fountainhead to the great ocean, stories and tales passed from mother to daughter. The Kensei accomplish these things. It is said that within each of her 6 blades, Sunmei contained a virtue, not a sin. And so it is my belief that within the martial art, there is a doorway to truth. It need not be excised through violence.
This is like a like Jiwo, like, oh my god, he just said it. Like, it doesn't have to be violence. I am the shield. He's going to say,
he
oh,
actually, I think will continue. He says,
That in part is why I've developed my martial art as a hand-to-hand combatant. He says, the motions of the drifting leaf style are designed to redirect the energy of my opponent. And should I strike them, then I feel the pain as well.
that's interesting. I have developed my martial arts up until now purely through the wise teachings of my mentors. 2 strong and formidable warriors, but again, against everything my mind tells me, something deep within my gut tells me they're wrong.
And you're right about that. I've been saying for a long time, there are many good traditions, and many that should fade into the past. Simply look at the great river. Does it run its course straight? No. The natural way is to move and flow with the environment and the times.
I wanna. Are we? Can we see the river from where we're at?
yeah, it's right on
Right next to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I
Probably
point
good
to?
60 feet
Can I
away.
point to a section of the river where 2 waves crash into each other?
Yeah.
Can I point there and say, then what are we to the waves then? crash together along the great river. One topples the other. One's force surmounts the other. How can all things work in tandem when, through so many things, one must stand on top?
You see it as one wave surmounting the other, when I see it as two waves becoming one.
Could that principle be applied to my martial art? Should I see instead the opponent not as an oppositional force, but as a second nature to myself, almost as close as the blade?
He puts his hand on your shoulder and kind of gives you a big, like, grin. And says, I think you're starting to get it, my son.
I want him, he'll laugh, and he'll say, well, I've had two very influential teachers. Thank you very much for this. I appreciate it.
He says, of course. I could tell from the look in your eyes when you were watching your brother Ryuji fight that you and I were of a similar spirit, or at the very least, a similar role. You're welcome here anytime, Shihuo. Oh, and by the way, please send your brother Lao Zhi here. I have a matter to discuss with him. But, well, my messengers are usually not permitted on manor grounds.
Don't worry. Unless something's gone horribly awry while I've been gone, I should be allowed to enter.
He kind of looks
I'll
at
have
you and says, the longer you stay here, the less likely that becomes.
Yeah, that's expressly my plan anyways. I'll see that he comes here at once. Thank you, Guo.
He gives you a nod.
And I'll leave. Dom, that's my first friend.
Friendship acquired. Video game.
I got a +1 heart in my relationship with Lao Guo. We now call each other by our first names.
At the manor, when you guys return, you find Yang is not there and Sakura is also not there. But you walk in to find Yoshida and Shiro hopping about on one foot, with one hand in front of their head like this and one hand kind of behind like this. They're playing a balancing game. a popular balancing game, where you have a wicker broom and you take turns sweeping at each other's one foot while you hop about.
Can I try
like
to sabotage Yoshida so that Shiro can win?
Or this is when you go out with Guo.
No! Someone
Sorry.
sabotage him!
Sorry.
I think Ryuji wants to go bathe in the Piang River. I'm assuming that people do that, right? Because even though it's their sacred river, I'm assuming they bathe in it.
Yes.
Yeah, I think he wants to go bathe in it because he gave his sake as tribute to the spirit of the Piang River, or the kami of the Piang River. And I think he wants to bathe in it and embrace its blessing.
While we're hanging out, do we just see fucking Ryuji float by? Like, hey, what the hell is he doing?
So
hey guys!
That would be really funny. With the waves that.
Look at me, I'm in the Dow!
Is that my brother? Look at me, guys!
You just give me a D100 roll.
Okay. Crit fail incoming. Okay.
You have a very pleasant cleaning bath, but you don't resonate with anything spiritually.
That's fine.
Though it's a beautiful night, the water feels good on the cut wounds covering your body. and you have a moment of solitude. You haven't had one of those in quite a long time, to be honest. There's always somebody watching. Well, and there still might be, but like you can't see any of them. But you know, even the moments of solitude that you've had so far, you know, quiet little moments away in the woods here and there. And usually, when it's like, "All right, guys, let's go bathe," it's like everybody bathes, and then Sakura bathes,
Yeah.
and then you guys go, and yeah, you have kind of a nice solitude.
Yeah, and I think he meditates
time
on
to
some
think.
things here. Yeah.
In that case, just Lao Tzu, you open the door and see them.
Well,
Shiro looks up and goes, "Oh, Lao Tzu!" And then Yoshida sweeps his foot and he falls over. And Yoshida like plants both of his feet on the ground with like fiery victory.
well, hello.
Care to join us? I've prepared quite a festivity for everybody, as you'll all be returning soon, I imagine. And he puts his hand on a large barrel.
Yo, what's it got in the barrel?
And Shiro says, "It's called soju."
Oh. Do I know what that is?
Yes, you've been
Beer.
around it enough to know.
Okay.
Or is it wine?
It's a wine, I think.
Ah. I think celebration would only be natural.
Perfect. Well, the man of the hour should really be here for the toast, but I suppose there's no harm in getting started. And he hands you a dish, Lao Tzu, and takes one for himself. And then he pours one, and then goes to hand it to Shiro, and then goes, "Wait a minute. How old are you, boy?" "I'm 8. You have to be 10. And he drinks it. And Shiro kind of goes, "Hey! Oh, man."
Oh, come on, let him have some soju.
Do we have access to any kind of like juice or yummy drink that
He's
isn't
got a barrel
alcohol?
of soju right in front of him. Come on.
Not immediately. You'd have to kind of request it, and it's very late at this hour. So
Right.
Shiro just goes like, "I'm gonna go get my bugs." Runs off to the room, and he comes back with his favorite beetles.
Well, that's
He's
They dead?
pouting a little bit, but not too much.
Are the Beatles dead by now?
No, no.
Oh, okay.
Actually, you guys have never seen an insect die in his care.
That's
And
his,
usually
last
he'll hang
year.
on to one for a little while, and then he lets him go.
his martial technique. He's the bug, the bug swordsman.
He's the bug guy from
The,
Naruto.
Shino, yeah.
Yeah.
I hope not. That guy makes my stomach turn. Fucking gross. Absolutely
Yeah.
gross. It's not okay.
Just be a colony.
Just have bugs live inside your body. No, thank
Yeah.
you. I'd rather leave it to the microbacteria, okay? I don't have to see them. Or feel them crawl under my skin.
Lao Tzu will. We'll just sit down and wait for everyone to show up. He's got nothing on the immediate agenda. He would probably share what he learned about the families, but once more people are here.
Well, quite a lot of time passes and nobody's showing up, man.
Ryuji doesn't return?
Well, no, I mean, you will eventually, but you
Okay.
meditate on some things for a while there.
Okay.
So it's like, you know, you're sitting there for like 30 minutes or so, and you're
Yeah,
like,
that's okay. That's fair.
and at this point, Ryuji's only in the water for 10 minutes or so. And it is, you know, it's a Lao Tzu. You're like, dang, it's just us three, huh? Just the boys, you know. And Yoshida has already had quite a bit, and he says, "Well, though I heard some of the goings on, have you decided? You know, Lao Tzu, you could talk to me if you want. I'm not one of your lackeys like the rest of them, so I could give you unbiased advice."
I appreciate that. it would be nice to be improperly open.
Yes, quite, quite. So tell me what you're thinking. There's the three of them, right? I got a pretty good look at them today.
That's right. Lao Junlai is incredible.
Beautiful.
And studious and powerful and contemplative. But he's so far away.
Are you talking about yourself or him?
I don't know where I am. I don't think he wishes. Well, maybe wish is the wrong word. I don't think duty for either of us allows a match of romance. Which I never thought was on the table for me anyways. It's my place as a Lao man, brother of the head of the Lao family, to do my duty and strengthen the family with my eligibility.
I see. Well, then if not him, what about Guo? A handsome man. At least in the Byoki way.
Lao Guo is also intriguing. I really admire his ability to sit still all day and just let the river flow by him. He seems curious, though, in a calm way. It would be convenient. I would just leave him to his river, and I would go to the library, and we would never have to even speak to each other. Get it out of the way for both of us. But is that doing my duty or shirking it?
Hard to say. Perhaps the third one, do you have any strong feelings about? I can't quite tell what it is, but... Oh, no, never mind.
Lao Ara. Scary. Threatening.
Yes, yes. And these are traits that a Lao woman should have, or...
Well, I'll think about
You
my
think about your
sister.
sister in a different way. Those adjectives really fit.
Well, you know, she is assertive in a way that I could never participate in. But the truth is, the families will look most favorably on a match that is traditional. And So my family in Seisho would look favorably on a match. For me, that is the eldest daughter of the head family. So would both families approve of a match that can produce an heir?
You know, when Ichigi and the other working ladies in the farm told me you were a dancer, I didn't think that they meant with words as well. I've never experienced this. You've danced around the question every time. I said, what do you want, Lao Zhi? And each response is for your duty and for the family. I mean, I don't know where the thought is. And he kind of motions around just to the room and he says, I never imagined people lived in such luxury. And to think that Arihiro and Shisako have been eating pickled plums back at your manor, if it is even a tenth of this, they are living a greater life than Byoki Village ever could have provided. All of this could be yours. But do you really want it? Because I don't. This may be considered a miracle to many, but you already have a true miracle. One that many men, myself included, would kill for. And yet, it seems like perhaps you're the only one who's blind to it.
Sue me,
Come
sue
now,
me,
Lao
sue me.
Zhi.
Do I have to? I don't know if I have to roll to figure out what he's saying.
You've
I know
seen
what
how
he's
she
saying.
looks at you. If you'd like my advice. In 3 years, I may be dead of some systemic failure in my veins. In 30, I most assuredly will be. In 60, all of us will be dust in the ground. Your children and your clan and your family will all live, and they too will fade. One thing I learned from the plague that we all made our peace with in Byoki. You only have this much time, and it is yours. I'm a man of duty too, but they are all duties I've chosen because I believe in them with all of my heart and passion. You're about to make a very big decision. Follow your heart. And I think I want to cinematically cut away from this scene. We see Lao Guo and Shihuo laughing and sharing a drink in his house. We see on a rooftop of the city in all black, murder in her eyes. A woman swinging her ponytail around with a blade affixed to the end of it. In his chambers, bandaged and passionate, a passion sparked in him that he thought dead. Papers and scrolls laid out on his desk. Lao Junlai, meditative. And then, in a humble shrine, in a poor district, where Many people who over the weeks have started simply calling her Unhongsaik, or Pink. Sakura,
Oh man.
like always, is silently tending to those who need her help. She finishes bandaging an old man's forearm. He thanks her, and she smiles and sends him on his way. When weary, she sits down for the end of the day and finds herself alone in a city captured by the politics and desires of a clan, of a name that she has no association with. Just a few sparse weeks away from her place of birth. And yet, she simply does her best every single day to make life better for at least one other person.
It's not fair. It's not fair. Damn it.
And we conclude the night. And it is, I believe, the first of the month on the next day, right?
We don't have Juanita here, so.
Fuck, I had it up a second ago. It is such a godsend knowing somebody else is keeping track.
She loves it doing it too. She'll like show me her notes and her organization.
Oh, that program that she found?
Obsidian.
So cool. So
Yeah.
cool. Yes, it is the first day of the 6th month. Y'all wake up, you're feeling great, maybe?
Oh, notably, Ryuji did not drink at all at the party.
Interesting. Yoshida drank a lot before you got back, drank a little bit more once you did, and then threw up and passed out.
Nice.
Shiro shows you all a new bug that he found.
Amazing.
I'm gonna put a loose time limit on impact. If you want to keep the ball rolling with the impact of the duel, I would recommend that you guys defeat the Red Ogre Clan and arrange a perform a Lao Zi's marriage within a month.
Perform a marriage within a month, not just.
Stamp it solid.
Okay.
It would be best to stamp it solid right now, so you could get it.
Yeah.
The sooner, the better.
Yep.
Because once the Lao families are made with a link, that's like a, the ball is rolling up the hill. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
I think Ryuji will actually go to Lao Zhi, and he'll say, Lao Zhi, do you have any inclination on who you would like to marry?
The choice I must make has been revealed to me.
So,
I would like to announce it, but before I say, there's one more thing I need to do. But how about other betrothals? Should we announce more at the same time?
well, I wanted to wait until I got, wait, did we send those letters yet to Seisho?
I don't think so. You could send
Okay.
them today.
I wanted to, okay, then Ryuji say I wanted to send some letters to Seisho, and then wait for a response before I set anything in stone. But I might not have the luxury of being able to wait that long, I suppose. At least for Aiko, but I just want to make sure that she marries somebody that will treat her right.
With arranging a marriage for your children, Ryuji, that is something that could definitely take time.
Oh, okay.
The why I said perform a marriage is because like right now your children might not even exist. They do, but like the people here have never seen them. They don't know them. They just kind of like quote unquote exist. They might have consumption and die. But like Lao Zhi marrying somebody here is like that's an in your face,
it's concrete,
like
upfront.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
so
then
in that,
the other
down
ones can
payment.
take a lot more time to set up.
in that case, Ryuji says, well, I want to wait and see what response we get after we send those letters back to Seisho, before I commit to anything for my children. I want them to be happy with whatever partner they end up with. I was very fortunate that your sister is a very kind and patient person. I truly do not deserve her. But I've come to understand that not all marriages are that fortunate.
That's very well. At least we can announce that matches are being considered. Further matches are being considered amongst our families. But it seems like I'm the only immediate one. Did Sumi return over the night?
No, she did not.
I'm prepared to make my decision, but I do want to speak to everybody first. And I think Lao Zhi is just gonna go look for Sumi.
Ryuji says he'll gather everyone for Lao Zhi, so he'll just gather everyone else.
You don't find her anywhere in the southern wing.
In the city.
Okay, where would you like to look?
Well, I would probably start at the Shrine.
You find her.
Okay.
It's rather early in the morning. And you see, you walk into the temple. And by the way, the Sam Shrine is a shrine dedicated to the many river and lake and ocean and rain kami, and benevolent divine beasts and spirit beings. There are many shrines throughout the city. This is the biggest one, and but anyways, very early in the morning, you see that there's like an elderly lady in like a nice little kind of pink floral dress and like hunched over with a cane, and she has a small basket of like a little bento box style like little food bag, and Sumi, you see like the pale golden light from her hands as she like heals her back pain. And like the old lady like smiles and says some stuff and like hands her the cookies and like then leaves.
I'll approach and say, Sumi,
She smiles at you and kind of nods.
do you have a few minutes to take a short walk together?
She quickly kind of gathers her things and um, nods.
And then I just want to walk around a little bit and say a few things, basically.
Yeah, you can walk through the district.
How do you like it here?
Um, roll insight. She kind of smiles and like motions her hand in a pretty grand gesture, indicating like, "Wow, look at all this! It's a big old city." But you kind of sense a uh, a hesitance. No, like a dissatisfaction.
You're on a path. Does this city, does being here take you further down it?
I think this might be a Sumi insight roll.
My passive, I'm not trying to deceive.
No, into
but-
herself.
Oh, okay.
She smiles and nods and kind of gives emotion down to like the people on a lower street than you guys. You can kind of overlook and see a couple of streets, and there's all these people walking around down there. And you get the sense that she's kind of saying like, I can help people here.
Well, the time come for me to marry for my family. I was just looking for you so I could let you know. I need sharing with the whole party, of course.
Um, Give me another insight roll.
Ah,
Um, she gives you a big smile and kind of puts her hand on your shoulder. In like,
won't-
congratulations.
yeah. Lao Zhi will not really return the smile, but he will look at her and say, there's nobody in this world I respect as much as you. Thank you for being such a light. I hope I can continue to be around your light. You do some of the greatest things every day here, helping people face to face. The likes of Lady Lao Chen and Lord Lao Junlai and the 5 seats in Seisho are nearly as great. I'm gonna try to say that when nobody else is can really hear that. Maybe there's
Yeah.
nobody walking right by us, but
The issues with being politically monitored our entire lives.
yeah.
All
Hey, Dom, I'm
right.
gonna say the thing I really think when there's no one making sure to listen.
I want you to give me a raw charisma roll.
You have inspiration. Don't forget.
And 2-biter inspiration on Tommy's character sheet.
Use the inspiration, Gabe.
I might use my
Use the inspiration.
for that. Okay.
You wanna make it a crit? Oh,
It's
we
a
can't,
17
we
on the
can't,
die.
We can't.
We don't need to.
We
Yeah.
can't. Yeah. I
If
just
this
get
is
antsy
about-
with the miners.
Don't take that out of context. Yeah.
Oh my god, don't.
Minor inspirations. Minor inspirations.
Inspirations asterisk.
If this is about my intention, or I can clarify for DM's sake, but
Yeah.
okay.
Tell us you love her, Gabe.
This Lao Zhi recognizes what could very easily blossom into a deep love. But it hasn't, and he's not gonna let it, because
You can't.
he can't. And he doesn't want to say, go up and say, oh hey, I could have loved you, but actually I'm about to get married. He's not gonna just, he's trying to avoid that, but he also wants to have a little bit of a closing connection.
She should understand that the continued honor of our bloodline is more important than her.
He wants to
Just as I understand it
Thank
is
you.
more important than I and you and Shiro alike, Laoshi.
he wants to say
So-
goodbye and thank you.
What you're trying to do here is tell her that there's no future.
Even though he's also
Um,
subtly telling her he saw one.
No, that's not really what he wanted to say. he doesn't
But
actually
that's
want to
kind of,
convey
but
that
that's what
part.
you're
That's
saying.
kind
though.
of what you're
Mhm.
saying.
That's what is true. Lao Tzu isn't trying to convey that to her. But if she figures it out, then she figures it out. He's trying to say, you know what? Maybe this isn't. Maybe he's fumbling a little bit and letting out more than he would. But maybe it's selfish. Maybe he wants the closure and he's talking too much. But he just
No, I
kind of
think
wants to.
maybe probably all of them. Yeah.
He
Just at the end of the day, he's saying, "It's time for me to get married."
What a
And you, yeah,
yeah.
and you're important to me also.
he takes you in an embrace and holds you there for a few moments, and then pulls away kind of both of her hands on your shoulders, and gives you a big classic Sumi smile.
Can I roll insight one more time?
Yep, one last insight roll.
Oh no, I'm not gonna know.
Oh, wait. Take my inspiration.
What if we need it?
We
for
might
the
need it.
Red
We might
Ogre
need
Clan?
it.
This is more important. This is love.
Whether the rom-com, fantasy ending where you guys come together in the end despite it all, we need to know if it's possible.
Oh no.
You look at her smile, and I mean, maybe apprehension. Apprehension is natural. But this is Sumi. She's always been here to help, to support you, and everybody else. This won't stop that. She's happy for you.
That's not how she really feels. Don't listen to her.
She's not happy for herself, even if not that. Man, this is tough because Lao Tzu, his philosophy says to not try to put investigating her family, her village, on the top of the priority list. But as a player, I want to, so at least she can have something.
The only solution is to marry her.
Or start a concubine.
I mentioned
I don't think that's for her either.
I don't know.
I don't know if that.
Ryuji had that idea too, and Dominic shut
He's
that down
after?
real fast.
Hey,
we are
I offered
unfortunately the
you, so you
minorities
become
in
my
this situation.
Yeah, you guys are kind of not.
Dom, can I
really
have two
allowed to
wives?
do
guys
that.
don't get that.
No, you're allowed.
Come on.
What if we all three start doing it? Then it's like enough people that it's like a thing, though.
Like normal.
Yeah.
No, trust me, everyone in Seisha does this, guys.
Just don't go.
um,
Can I be someone else's husband?
she. I don't think so. That's a better question, but I don't think so. She kind of stops. Her hand comes down and kind of like pats you on the heart, and then she looks away, kind of indicating that she has somewhere to go. She bows.
I'll bow as well.
And she leaves.
I'll go back.
You go back to the manor.
How does Lao Zhi look when he returns? Does he look sad?
Let's see. If he, not if he can help it, but let's see if he can help it. What would this be?
Deception.
Yeah, deception.
I'm gonna insight. If Ryuji can help it, this will happen.
Am I back yet?
Yeah, you're back.
Yes.
This is the next day.
The morning.
Okay,
Then
I also
I'll
got a
roll
long
too,
rest
if I
off, so
can.
my strength is back to 18. Okay. If there is some dice gods out there, just give me this. Wait!
I'm rolling.
Okay,
I'm rolling.
I'm gonna see what Tommy rolls.
Oh no.
Tommy, let me ask you,
So,
are we in, fuck.
so here's.
Are we what?
Are we in this together? Are we Team Sue Me right now? Or is it or am I having to use my inspiration here?
Don't use your inspiration.
Wait. Like to learn the information right now?
This is just to see if I'm sad.
I'm on your team. Don't worry. I will let you know he's sad at the very least. I will make you use your inspiration to know if your friend is troubled.
I'm just saying, Ryuji has a history of trying to make this little
I
romance
am
work
whoa.
out.
He'll be like,
This is
"Look,
a brutal
Ryuji, my brother
project."
is struggling with something. Please let me help him."
Well, Ryuji, you said that you had gathered everybody, so let's see. When you come back to the room
Yeah.
full of everybody else.
Lao Chief, well,
Um,
you can tell that I am.
You're down about something.
You can tell that I am down about something and doing my best to just be empty,
Well, that's normal.
as I should be. That part's normal, but I'm trying extra hard.
That part's not. I'm not gonna do anything as a immediate show of like, "Hey, Lao Shi, why are you sad?" You know, I'm not gonna call him out or nothing. But I do want to very specifically sit next to him. I will sit next to him so that he has the Lao Shi Huo aura of everything will be okay.
Yeah. And that's right. I'm gonna do my duty, and that will be okay. That's how it should.
Look, Lao Shiwo doesn't understand all the political games because he was never a part of them, but back home. But there's one thing he knows: it's people.
Yeah, would it be fair to say that, Lao Tzu, that the innermost corners of your heart are drenched in sorrow?
Innermost
Wow.
corners, huh?
Is it that bad? Because like, if it's that bad, I might need to talk to Ryuji.
Just give me like a signal and we'll start the telepathy.
I would say there is sorrow, but that's pretty dramatic. I think he wasn't quite in love with Sumi yet.
Your brother's looking kind of sad. Ajihua.
Sorry, were you talking to me?
Yeah, he's looking kind of sad a little bit.
Sorry, Jordan was asking me something.
But not for myself, for the obstinance of my flesh.
And that might be what up here's saying, but I don't know, he's looking a little sad.
He's looking a little sad, Lao Zhi.
He's putting
Well-
a really good face.
Well, I mean,
You know
we're getting called like to do something, right? Or we
Um,
can get
Ryuji
told
says
to
that
He wants to
Lao.
talk to you all.
Yeah, well, Lao Zhi said he was going to announce who he was going to marry, so that's what Ryuji told everyone.
Oh, okay, okay. So I have some time though before like that actually happens, where I can talk to him.
I
Like, do I
just
have
showed
time?
up.
Yeah, no, he just
I
showed
wasn't
up. We're
expecting
all
that.
in the room.
I know. I just figured like didn't want to call him out if he was gonna show up and then make his big announcement. Like
That's
I
what
don't
I'm
want to
gonna
like.
do.
I'm just gonna I'm gonna sit next to you, or walk next to you as you come in, and I'll say how should I put this? I'll say you know, brother Lao Shi, a leaf that is weighed down by its dew is always obvious to see, no matter how much it tries to stand up. Just something that Lao Guo and I thought of down by the river. And I'm gonna give you a smile, a knowing smile. One that says, I know something's up, and I know not that now's not the time. And he walks away.
I'll nod.
Yeah, I don't want to interfere other than that, at least right now.
Well, Natsu will basically go into the same things he told Yoshida. Just Junlai's not gonna work. Guo would be nice and convenient for me and for him,
But
but
not
it's not for
powerful
me.
enough. Yeah, yeah.
Not powerful enough, not for me. And he'll say, so the match that must be made is my marriage to Lady Lao Ara.
But I want she will kind of like look around and then like whisper and say, "Not to speak ill will on our hosts, but that frightens me."
Me too, brother.
Like he's like audibly afraid for his life as he says this.
But maybe if I can show my devotion to Junlai enough, she won't kill me.
Ryuji says, "Wait a minute. I thought you went to go get Sumi. Where is she?"
She is very busy helping the needy of the city, which is very honorable.
Dom,
So
can my Jiwo heart senses start to ping right now? Is this connected?
Yeah, a little bit.
Hmm.
I'm sad she's not here to hear
Interesting.
everybody. So I let her know I came to a decision before returning here.
Well, that makes sense enough.
Ryuji has seen their connection in the past, I believe, right? I think he has.
It's always
Pretty
been
sure
very subtle, but
The only tangible time anything happened was post Great Monk, Great Monk Spirit fight, and then it was only them. Other than that, it's been pretty subtle.
That's true.
everything's always been very subtle.
There's nothing really even there.
Yeah,
wanna
You're
say-
wrong.
So fat.
You're wrong.
Oh, how can I how can I give you a signal, Ryuji? Oh, I'll say. Here's what I'm gonna do, Dom. I'm gonna clap my brother Lao Shi on the back and say, Um, don't worry. You have enough going on in your head right now. And then I want to look to Ryuji and make sure that he can't see my face and say, especially with Ryuji walking around in there all the time. And give you a wink, Ryuji.
Do I pick this up, Dom?
I don't know. It's kind of honestly normally how Jiwo talks. But
There's
you
a
can,
wink.
you know.
I don't wink at people normally.
That's true.
Okay, touche. That's true. That's true.
Okay, I'll give him. I'll able telepathy to Jiwo and say, was this like a signal to use my telepathy to you, or were you just like?
Aha, brother Lao Ryuji, you're so intelligent.
It's the first time I've heard that.
I'll say, yes. I think something is troubling Lao Shi. More deeply than things normally do. Being so stooped in the Tao as he is rather untroubled.
What makes you think that?
I want to like smile at Lao Shi and like you know kind of like be like very happy and friendly to him, but in my head to Ryuji say, just look at the way he interacts with me, and then like just kind of show him like if I can like try to like display through my cheeriness like his off reaction to it and kind of display his his kind of off-puttedness a bit if I can kind of conjure it forward.
Yeah, you can. Ryuji, it's very subtle.
Like do that kind of thing where like you're like just happy enough to somebody who's having kind of a rough day where like maybe Lao Shi's like all right, you know, like that kind of thing, like a subtle
Yeah, yeah.
instinct, you know what I mean? Yeah,
But then again, that is kind of normally how Lao Tzu is. I would
Yeah, yeah.
expect them to say Lao Tzu, you know, the perception being his brother would be that Lao Tzu is never really troubled. But I might say Lao Tzu is always pretty troubled. Always
Well-
kind of troubled.
I guess that's yeah. That is. I mean that he tries to be very untroubled, and it seems as though he's trying. He's having to try so hard that he can't, which means something's off.
Okay.
Yeah, Ryuji, you notice a little something, but it seems like Lao Tzu is just as collected and
Yeah, he doesn't seem like
conscious
distraught, just sad.
and definitive as he normally is.
Okay.
Well, Brother Lao Shi. Let's do what we've done best in the face of plans we don't like every piece of. How do we keep you alive?
Well,
And how do we keep you out of this city? We're not going to be locked here in marriage. You have an expedition. You are a leader.
All I need to do is have like 1 or 2 heirs, and then I'm sure that'll be plenty.
We're staying here for him to bear children.
I would think so.
well,
That long?
maybe
Uh,
later.
Well, gee, well, I know you don't have any children yet, but it doesn't have to be that long, speaking from experience.
Right. Whatever, Lao Ryuji. I just mean... I mean, aren't we getting on the road again? Been here for so long. We have more things to see, more people to save. We have Tensei to find. I mean, the expedition.
Well, we could always bring your wife with us.
Oh, I
I'm gonna consider the idea.
Yeah, we usually.
Well, see, I'll tell you this. Politically, can't happen. Strategically, do not let that woman in your camp. Without Junlai there? No.
Okay, but for the freakometer.
I mean, it'll go smoothly. What's this? Free Commodore ratings. They're off the charts.
She's over 9,000.
I think Lao Zhi will look at Jihuo and give a big smile. If I am empty, then fate will flow through me, uninhibited.
Are you empty, Lao Zhi?
I try. We should announce the proposed match to Lord Junlai.
You would know that the proper etiquette here is to you basically. Well, it would be
Request.
probably nice to say, "Hey, Aro, is it okay if we get married?" But that is not required at all. You can
Right.
completely avoid her. You need to get permission from Lao Junlai and Lao
Yeah.
Chen.
Oh, I see. Her prior letter not being permission.
Her prior letter is permission for you to make the matches that you need to make, but it would be proper for her to give like
Give,
a
like, express
like a-
consent, right?
express, yeah. So like, you could get the ball rolling and
I
get
see.
Lao Junlai's, and you could send a letter right afterwards, and then in 3 weeks' time you could get married. You know.
So rather than announce, run it by Junlai.
Propose, yeah.
Yeah.
You'd be proposing to Lao Junlai that you marry his sister.
Very cool.
Very cool.
Very
Gabe,
cool.
this is what Lao Tzu is just in the coolest position. Cool situations all
I'm
around.
gonna-
It's,
Just
you know,
having a good time.
it's everyone gets to do it.
I'm gonna say to Lao Shi, are you? Are you? I'm gonna say, no. Ryuji's right. You're not empty. You're full of apprehension. You don't want to do this, and I mean, is the nature of the Tao just accepting things that you don't want? I mean, stand up for yourself. I'm sorry for speaking out of turn, but what is what is it that you truly wish to do or to have come of this? I mean, I agreed to marry Akiko for the communion of the Lao and the Joshu, but also because I thought she looked rather lovely, and from the day I met her, I knew that I would enjoy it. If I mean, if this isn't the case, then I don't know. I just and I kind of want like Laojiu to like look around for somebody to like save him because he like
Yeah, no,
totally isn't used to
Ryuji
like
says,
speaking out of turn this much.
I mean,
Re-
quite simply, that is the antithesis to your
I'm prepared to
upbringing's
respond.
expectations.
Yeah, but he's also just I think he's overfilled with care for his brother right now. Like,
Well, also Lao Jihuo has influence from Ryzen, so there's a little bit,
true, true.
And Fujikawa, who's always advocating for the best for people. So you're
Lao
but
Shi
there's
must
definitely
have
a
the
clash
bachelor
there.
spirit. You must own your bachelor spirit. Yeah, he
Ryuji's,
uncharacteristically kind of.
Ryuji says,
Yeah.
I agree with Jiwo. I think. Listen, I'm certain Lao Shen is very smart. Perhaps we could figure out how to do this alliance without you having to marry like that. We could marry my daughter to Junlai. I'm, well, I'm sure she would like Junlai. He's a very kind person.
He is. And that still may be a good match. But why should I make it harder? When a drunkard wants, he may just stumble about, or he may strike his child. When a wild beast wants, it rips through flesh, kills.
Are you a wild beast? Or a drunkard?
Yes, but you can't be serious, Lao Shi. You are philosopher. Wants are not evil. It is want that turns man into Oni, and it is want that lets me slaughter them.
It is also
It is
want
want.
that prevents man from turning into Oni.
It is want that lets me protect the people I care about. It is want that lets you strive to be empty. It is want that lets Ryuji wish to overcome his upbringing and challenge the Great Raisen. Want is want is the water.
You're
It's
right.
not a
I think Yoshida interjects here. He says, I disagree. Want is simply your base desire. We all exist in a higher space than that. What matters are your principles.
Are principles not just elevated wants?
They're removed from it, or they can be. This is his decision. Let him make it.
I'm not stepping
Do
him
us
from
all a
making it.
favor, Lao Zhi, and make one that's true to your principles.
I see where you're coming from, Yoshida. Principle. Well, I won't speak for you, brother, but it is of my understanding that your principles would allow you to accept this. And that's admirable. And like implying like he understands like you kind of flow with what happens, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he does not respect that.
Lao Tzu will say, thank you, Yoshida. I'm not very clear right now. You put it very well. If you want me to choose what I want, then you could say I want to do my duty to the best that I can. And that is my decision. Which feels a little icky for him to say, because that's a little assertive. But if it has to be put that way, to appease people who care about him, then he'll put it that way. Frame it like an assertive decision.
All this playing matchmaker makes me wish I was between you all and the Oni again. I'm not meant for this. And Juho kind of shakes his head like he's intelligent, but just like it doesn't care.
Ryuji says, I can't stop you from making a decision. And if this is truly what you want, Lao Zhi, then do it. But just know that, well, you always have spoke about the Tao flowing through you. And I am concerned that you aren't letting it flow through you right now, but rather letting it carry you away.
Thank you for your concern. I don't know if they're different. Would either of you like to join me when I propose to Lord Lao Junlai?
Of course.
Propose the proposal to him, not propose to him.
Of course.
Yes,
Every
I
Lao
would be
should do
honored.
that. A show of unity.
Thank you.
And I kind of think, again, when he says that, he kind of gives you a look, and you can tell that it's like he's playing the duty of it, but you think that Jiho also just wants to be there.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that.
You can send Julie to make an appointment and then see
Yeah.
Lao Junlai in approximately 3 hours.
All right.
And so you have some interim time. And
Hey,
Shiro
that's better time
comes
than
up
most
to
people
you,
get.
Lao Zhi.
Yeah, it's a quick turnaround.
It is really a lot better time than most people get. Shiro comes up to you, Lao Zhi, and says, so, you're probably pretty old, I guess.
Yeah, I am. I'm middle-aged. 28, 29, something like that.
So, I saw a wedding once. And and you tie a knot, right?
That's right.
So I thought I'd. Well, here you go. And he holds out his hand, and there's a spider in it with a really shiny blue abdomen.
Wait a second.
It's okay, they don't bite.
This might actually score points with our.
It's a knot weaver spider.
I'll take it. Thank you. This might come in handy.
Oh, it doesn't like you. You see, it's
Oh.
like squirting this like bluish goop on your hand. Sorry.
Can you take care of it for me?
He like takes the spider away and runs off to let it on a balcony somewhere.
Oh man.
The time passes and you are all brought before Lao Junlai. In his, you're brought before him. He's sitting in a gazebo that is roofed by thin, painted paper,
Ooh.
and so the light that filters through it at the zenith in mid-noon casts colored shadows on the ground, and it overlooks the many beautiful gardens in the Lao Manor, and then off into the Piang River. And he's lounging.
Is this like his personal garden?
No, it's just one of the many
Oh, okay.
ludicrously beautiful places here.
I will walk up into a deep bow.
He stands and gives a formal one. to all of you.
Ryuji will give a formal bow as well.
Same here.
Lord Lao Junlai. Thank you for
Lord
seeing.
Lao of Seisho, welcome. Please have a seat. And
I'll sit
if
down.
you would care, candied plums. And he motions. There is a calming incense burning nearby.
I definitely care, by the way. Hit me up with some of those.
You start to kind of.
I kind of want to, I want to try one and then kind of like throughout the whole conversation be like trying to sneakily eat more of them.
Yeah.
Well, I have come to offer a proposal of marriage between our two families. We are prepared to consider matches for several of the Lao in Seisho, betrothed children, but it would take time, of course, to find the most appropriate matches and wait for them to come of age. And however, I am not betrothed, and so a more immediate union is possible between myself and Lady Lao Ara, your sister.
And a most fortuitous pair you would make.
I don't know what the fuck he means, but alright. That's not fortuitous.
Nah, man, you're
Well,
signing up for
politically.
you're signing up for a life of a very specific kind.
Yeah.
I'd like to remind you that Lady Lao Ara is an Earth stance expert, and Earth is destructive into water. So I'll say.
Hey, the competition is gonna be who can be more devoted to Junlai, which I have a feeling she'll be okay with that.
So he says, I had a feeling you would say such a thing. You have my full support. Under one condition, of course. You see, unlike my many predecessors, I
I know it's coming.
am willing to bend the rules for those two closest to me, dishonorable as it may be. Speak with my sister upon the morrow. I will arrange a time, and if she should agree, then you will have my full consent.
I have to convince her.
Yeah.
said they get to pick. We knew that.
Sumi's still on the table, baby. There's a chance.
Sumi.
I don't know what I'm gonna do. She thinks I'm a complete. Oh no.
You want me to come? I don't know.
I don't know, I'm gonna think about it.
Hey,
I don't know what to do.
will you marry my brother?
Will you be my wingman?
He's really cool.
I was like, I don't know what you
there.
want us to do. It's kind of on you, bro.
No, I know it is.
He speaks with you all some more, and he gives you an idea of kind of the timeline that he's expecting. He says, it would take some time to arrange a marriage of such monument. However, I would look to see a ceremony made between our two families within a season's time. However, first and foremost, the Red Ogre Clan must be vanquished. With the weather warming, I fear more lives will be lost soon. Please, ready yourselves and your warriors, and let us arrange a time to hunt the Oni.
If I may ask, Lord Lao Junlai, can I prepare myself, or rather, will you help me prepare the strategies of the before battle? I mean, I know nothing of this Red Ogre Clan, and these Oni, they seem uniquely different. What are
That
we?
they are.
What are we
I
walking
will
into?
explain all once we are on our way. I believe that would be the best time to speak of the nuance.
Jiwo's smart enough to realize that that means after we've already signed up for it, but honorable enough, I think, to sign up for it. So he'll nod. Rather, he'll give a deep bow and then kind of like step back a bit, giving the floor back to Lao Shi, you know.
What are their numbers?
He says, over the decade and a half that I have been in power, I have steadily worked to destroy this clan. And yet, their numbers, though I believe I have reduced it to a dozen or less.
A dozen or less what? You cut out?
A dozen or less.
Dozen or less Oni.
Oh. That's easy.
I mean, a dozen? Like, we never fought 12 at once.
Okay, but we could take like 20 dudes with us from the city.
What the fuck are they gonna provide?
They could like shoot arrows at them.
No, they're just meat fodder.
Not if they got bows, then they're in the back.
Anyone you decide to bring is dead. That's all I'm gonna say, and the blood is on your hands.
People are gonna die. That's inevitable.
I mean,
my inspiration.
Jiwo is still down, so I don't think it will be easy. I'll ask again, actually. And what are our numbers?
He says, This will be a unison between our families. One of my siblings will accompany me. You Lao emissaries and your closest warriors will accompany you.
Okay, so like just us. So we're not bringing 20 dudes from the city. I'll say,
It's gotta be us who does it. Can't be
yeah, right.
I have one condition.
families.
I want the biggest one.
She was gonna laugh at that.
Junlai gives a small laugh as well. And his eyes kind of narrow, and he says, the cock may brilliantly jump, but it is in no position to make conditions or demands of the river. There is history here. You will learn.
Okay. We get it.
Well, I call dibs, so yeah. What does the river think about that?
I'll say, and our second order of business then. We are to decide the date. When should we leave? I think we should go as soon as possible.
I agree.
Get rid of them and save the city from any future harm.
Yes. You see he reaches down and unravels a bandage around his wrist. In Ryuji, you remember cutting him rather deep there, and there is no wound or scar. And he says, I have nearly finished healing my body with ki. I will be ready to leave as soon as your party is ready to leave. However, it may take some time to convince my brother.
Oh.
They're both monks.
I'll say,
Lago's not a monk.
if I may,
Oh, that's right. He's a fighter.
I could attempt to convince him as well.
He says, it seems a waste of pedigree to send you as a messenger, Lord Lao Zhi. But if you insist, and he procures a thin envelope and hands it to you, and he says, his debt to me is immense. He will come.
And what about your sister, Lady Aura?
It is unacceptable for all three of the heirs of this family to leave.
I see.
Although, while I doubt she would be any help in battle, and he gives you a knowing look, he says, it would be proper for a Lao woman to be present. So if you would rather her accompany us, I can make such arrangements as well.
No, I kind of like the other one.
What do you mean? This could be this could be a fun like little honeymoon,
I'm
like a little
cool with
foreplay
Lao
for
Guo.
Ryuji will say,
Well,
Quincy and his new
chill
wife.
guy.
you know your siblings best. I trust your judgment.
He nods.
Oh. When is the soonest we'd be ready to leave then? Like looking to you two. We should discuss with the whole group.
Is 1 week enough time?
Yes.
We'll see if the others can be ready in 1 week. Unless, well, I have some things I'd like to take a look at for those few days. That might help us.
You are all dismissed. The plan made kind of tentatively at the end of the week. We'll leave, make some preparations, get a marriage going on the way, you know. However, later that night, Ryuji, you're escorted to a private chamber.
Okay.
Well, it's not really, private chamber, but it's one of his many rooms. His study. You are shown in by a servant, and you see Lao Junlai poring over some scrolls. And he says, "You requested an audience, Lord Lao Ryuji."
Ryuji will give a deep bow and say, "Yes, and I am very grateful that you have accepted my request." I believe this is a selfish request of mine, but I can see that the way you treat your siblings is very noble. I was not raised a Lao, as you know. My ideals of honor often conflict with the traditional Lao ideals, and for most of it, it does not matter to me. I trust my wife and my brothers completely, and if I have to sacrifice some of my beliefs in order to make things work with them, I will do so. But there is one point that I think we both agree on that I can't help but be selfish about. And that's that I wish for my friends and my children to love the person they marry. And I don't believe this marriage to Lady Aura is going to be one of love. I cannot speak for Lao Zhi, of course. I speak only of what I have gleaned from him. I am certain that he would treat your sister very well, whether he loved her or not. He is a very honorable man. But I've come to ask your help in finding another way that perhaps we can merge our families and through a happy marriage.
It is possible that our Zhi fall in love.
It
He
is.
says, I would think that perhaps your victory has made you impetuous, though I have a feeling your boldness is more innate. It is rather improper of you to speak such things. And yet you have accurately played upon a sympathy of mine. A love for a sibling is pure, and should indeed be cherished. He says, from my understanding, the Joshu clan attacked the city of Seisho, did they not?
I think Ryuji gives a kind of a half smile, and he says, yes, yes, we did. My clan and Seisho did not get off to the strongest of starts.
There are many who would say your people are barbarous in their ways. And indeed, I am sure there were many who said, such a foreign and uncouth man would not be suited for a noble lady, such as Lao Chen, lady of the North Seat? I always get it mixed up. I really do. But whatever seat it is, he gets it right.
Yes, I've heard these claims many times.
And
Some
of course, I cannot claim to know the workings of either of your hearts, but was there perfect cohesion from the moment you two laid eyes upon each other? Or was there conflict, perhaps even blood spilt?
How much did Lao Shen tell you?
He gives you a faint smile and says, my intuitions are many and deep. It is a privilege and a burden of my station. But I am sure that you ascertain what I am trying to say. I have spoken much with Lord Lao Zhi over these past months, and have come to deduce him quite accurately as a man who is enamored and imprisoned deep within thought. I do not believe it is a coincidence. He has lived nearly 3 decades upon this, or within these cursed lands, and not taken wife or husband. I believe he does not wish to make a decision.
However, in this life there are forces where we must make a decision or be withheld from all grace and benevolence that may come in the future. Your concern for him is admirable, and to my heart, I resonate with it. And yet, when all is said and done, and the sun sets across the great banks of the river, this is a decision that he must make.
Ryuji considers this for a
And
moment.
my sister.
You have shown us nothing but kindness, and I believe in our duel I've glimpsed inside your very being. I don't think you are lying or leading me astray. If you believe that more good than just the merging of our families could come from this marriage, then I will choose to believe you. However, I have one more, what did you say? Audacious request. Well, I'm sure with your intuition, perhaps you have picked up on something, but I have hurt my wife, and it's made me realize that in much of our marriage, she has spent a lot of time trying to understand and accommodate me, but I have given little in return. Ryuji will get on the ground and prostrate himself, and he will say, I humbly request that you teach me the falling leaf style, so I can hope to understand my wife better.
Roll persuasion.
I'm glad I saved that inspiration. I'm gonna use it.
Oh,
I'm gonna
Yep.
use it. Ah, please.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Okay.
He says, perhaps the marriage will not bring greater good to the future. Even I, with my intuitions, am blind. However, I believe it is owed to the both of them the respect to make their choice. And you hear him taking footsteps over to you as he's speaking. And then it kind of gets up to where he's right in front of you. And he says, the falling leaf style, created by the mutual ancestor of my blood and your wife, Lady Lao Chen, has been passed down selectively from master to pupil. the Lao family. There are pieces of history within this study that many would like to forget. Those who have tried to ascertain its secrets without the proper blood or station. And the fates that they met were often long and grueling. The ties that bind me stretch far beyond my will and your own. And in one such manner is the falling leaf style. However, I must admit, I never thought it possible for your fangs to reach me. Quite simply, my training and experience dwarfs yours. And yet, the savagery, the desperation, the intention, the will, the power, the soul with which you brought to that duel. It has reinvigorated a belief that had long since died within me. I deny your request, and you hear him turn away kind of sharply, like almost beckoning you to get up. And as you look, you see he like takes out his fan, and he kind of like takes a seat, and he says, "However, as lord of this city, I will make a demand of you. As long as you remain within these walls for your party's stay here, we shall I feel like there's a fancier word for spar. Hold on, let me flavor it up. We shall, twice a week, devote an hour of time to clash blades once again, such that we may glean mutual insight from each other. It is a privilege many would be grateful to behold, for it is said that a warrior does not see the falling leaf style more than once in their life.
I would, of course, be honored. And I thank you, Lord Lao Junlai.
He gives a deep nod.
And I'm gonna fucking learn it from dueling you. I'm gonna fucking learn it from dueling you.
Well, in many ways, as he has, I mean, the first time you guys met him, he went, "Oh, it's such a shame the family here died and nobody's living here. Oh,
Yep.
jeez. Oh, shucks, I gotta go."
He has a way of doing it, but not officially doing it.
Yes.
Probably had to do that a lot his
Yeah.
whole life.
Upon this following day, I'm pretty sure there's a kind of important conversation that needs to be had.
Give me 2 weeks IRL to come up with a plan for how Lao Zi's gonna do this.
You can wait. You can put it off if you want. You guys have to have an Oni clan to fight.
Bring her an Oni head. That's really romantic. That's Ryuji's advice. And for Lady Aura, it might actually work. Who knows?
Yeah, the problem is I don't know. She's a wild card. But I do know one thing, and it's probably the only thing I'd ever be able to come up with anyway. So we don't have to put it off. I just hope I roll really well.
I believe in you.
Okay, we'll go to the next day.
I will say, that conversation with Lao Junlai, I think, persuaded Ryuji. Originally, he was going to plan and sabotage this mission by using Speak with Animals and having a bird shit on Lao Zhi. I was like, okay, I gotta sabotage this conversation.
Oh, that's so funny.
Actual rom-com antics.
But he's not gonna do that. He's been enlightened.
Oh, how long does my Blade song last? 1 minute. Okay. I'm gonna cast Mage Armor on myself before we meet.
That's so funny.
Alright. Alright. I'll head out to go to the meeting.
Okay. You are arranged to meet with Lady Lao Ada, in one of the groves in the Lao Manor. And this is one of the weirdest, this is choreographed. There are servants here showing you where to go, and there's incense lit, and there's flowers.
Oh, jeez.
Real life people, 20 people spent 6 hours setting this up.
Okay. Can can I say that actually before I go, I investigate and figure out what her favorite incense is and get some?
Yeah, roll investigation.
No, man.
I want you to know, Gabe, if I still had my inspiration, I would give it to you now.
Appreciate it.
You figure out that she loves rose incense.
I figured that out. Okay.
Yeah.
But this isn't 100% confidence, right? Because it's not a crit fail.
No, I mean, who wouldn't? It smells nice to you.
Oh, but if I'm at all unsure, maybe.
Dang, if you figure out she likes rose incense, I don't know what to tell you.
The meeting is soon. I probably don't have time to go
No,
get any.
you gotta get it. You gotta. One of the
Oh.
servants gives you some options, and the rose one is right there in front of you.
I've never done this before. Maybe I'll just. Oh shit. I shouldn't have done this.
Maybe she'll think your attempt is cute.
I don't know if she's got much of a cute radar. Okay. Rose, I learned that she likes this. Gosh, I've
Can
never really
Ryuji
done
give
this
him the
before.
help action because Ryuji's now on board?
Okay, sure.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Ryuji goes, yeah, rose incense. That she, who doesn't like that?
Exactly. It's like
It's a
nobody
safe
can
bet,
not
I
like
guess.
that.
I guess it's a safe bet. I'm gonna put the lightest possible dose on. You know what? I've never done it before. Can I put it in the wrong spot? Like somewhere that doesn't have blood flow.
No, man. The servant does it for you.
Hey, I say go easy. Alright.
You are perfumed.
Okay. Well, now then I'll walk up.
She is sitting there beneath the trees, dappled light across her. She stands, hiding behind her fan. Oh, Lord Lao Zhi. Such happenstance to see you here. She bows.
I'll bow, Lady Lao Otter. Yes. What a chance meeting. Please, would you? Is this a? Are we being set up to walk around together, or is there like a seating area for us? This is so
There
choreographed.
are there are 2 cushions on the ground above a small blanket.
Yeah. Please, would you take a seat with? Please, would you take a seat with me? It seems there are some comfortable cushions here.
Oh, how lovely! Thank you for offering. She sits.
Oh man. All right. What's the environment? Are we in a garden?
It's a nice little grove. There's mostly just ginkgo trees around you.
Okay. If we sit down, is it awkward enough that I better start talking soon? Or can I
Every
give it a
second,
minute?
every second feels like an eternity. Like you
Okay.
gotta say something.
Oh my gosh, okay.
Yeah, no,
Well,
this
then
is
I'll just
super
open then.
awkward.
I'll just open. I've had the fortune of spending some time with your brother, Lord Lao Junlai, as I have stayed in the city. I've joined him in his study, learning the history, some geography. Do you spend much time with your brother?
Yes, of course. My brother is so talented in so many wonderful ways. I'm so
Yes.
glad you've been getting along well with him.
Thought you would be, bitch. I don't say that.
Scenically, a tiny little bird lands on your shoulder. Bouncy. Like a Disney princess.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
I'll give you advantage
disadvantage on your next charisma roll.
Yes.
I'm gonna need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Oh. Okay. Saving throw, huh?
Okay, okay.
It's above
Not
10.
bad. It's not bad.
I'll say he is incredible. And then I want to like share a little story about one time where we were investigating something like in a scroll or reading about something, and he displayed his wisdom and he helped me out, and it was great.
Yeah, yeah. You tell a little story.
Since coming here, I've realized that Lord Lao Junlai and his vision for this city is an incredible one.
She says, I wouldn't know anything about that. I fall ill so often. It's so hard to. Well, it's much better that he has the responsibility.
Well, I can tell that you care very deeply for your brother, and I admire that. I would love to be here as he works to protect the city, and I would consider it an honor to support him in any way. And then I want to see what she thinks of this.
Well, roll persuasion. I'll give you advantage.
Oh man, every time she's around, it's just a bunch of weak sauce
Roll
rolls.
insight. No advantage.
Oh my gosh.
Hard to
Fine.
say. She
this
really
is
seems
awful.
like two separate people, you know?
Yeah. Well. Shit. So now I don't know if I have to switch gears and start doing like traditional. Nah, I couldn't even try. Oh, okay. Totally separate people. Then I know nothing about this one. Lady Lawara. would like to offer you my devotion as the lord of the Lao family in Seisho. To help support your brother and bring our families together. I propose that we marry.
Alright, Gabe. I'd like you to make one last charisma roll. I'll give you advantage on it.
I believe in you, Gabe.
Okay. If I do it a certain way, can I make it a performance roll?
I think this is persuasion.
Yeah, it is.
Pretty cut and dry.
Yep. I got a +1.
Better than +0?
I really don't want to click this button. But I'm gonna crit. Okay.
You have
I think-
you have advantage on this.
Oh, that's right. So I'm gonna crit
There's a good-
this time. Okay. That is pretty good. All things considered.
He blushes and hides behind her fan and says, "Marriage? Why? How forward?
Yeah.
Of course. My brother would have to give his permission."
He described it as a most fortuitous match.
Then yes, I would like that very much.
Is it a thing to like kiss the top of someone's hand? Yeah, that's very European. Is there an equivalent, like not quite intimate, but like very respectful and somewhat romantic gesture?
I think a lot of it depends on familiarity.
Yeah.
So it would
Okay.
probably just mostly be a bow in this case because you're, you know.
Yeah. Okay. So I won't do anything while we're sitting down then. But
She says, "Oh dear, I'm feeling faint. I believe I have to retire to my chamber."
of course. Thank you.
She says, "Please, my lord, will you help me to my feet?"
Okay. All right. I will. Now this one will be a performance. I will rush to her side.
She's gonna stab you. I'm calling it.
I've got mage armor and sheath. I rush to her side, and here we go. This is what it is. I will, well, okay, not quickly, not in a rush, not startlingly, but elegantly and smoothly take her up to her feet. Can I activate my blade song and do it like let's make it a little bit of a dance
Little
and roll
flourish.
acrobatics?
Yeah,
Flourish. Or roll acrobatics or performance.
yeah. You can roll performance.
Okay. All right, whatever, man. It was never gonna be romantic anyway. It's fine. It's fine.
A 10 is average.
Yeah, I help her to her feet.
You help her
I-
to her feet, and she says, "Thank you. I thank you, my lord." And she takes her hand away from yours, and you feel a little paper butterfly left in your hand. And she bows and scurries off.
Okay. Is it a death threat?
Well, you'd probably want to read it in private.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry for taking up so much time on Lao Zi's.
No, you're good. I mean, last session Ryuji had a big duel. This session Lao Zhi has to get married.
His most thrilling endeavor. Also, Dominic, I still don't understand what you're saying about Orochimaru.
That he's heroin.
Yeah, he's a metaphor for heroin.
He's a metaphor for heroin, 100%.
I'm sure that you've got a good reason for saying that.
I have an explanation,
Okay.
but
Oh, yeah. Hey,
what is this?
oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
Boys. You have to tell us, Gabe.
No, it's just what you'd expect. Par for the course.
Once you unfold it, once you're done reading it, it folds like back into a semi butterfly shape and flutters away, and black fire burns it away.
Oh.
You really picked the political power play, man. Say goodbye to a life of peace and comfort, man.
Maybe I can someday impress her and change her mind.
Hey, to be fair, you know, pretty, you know, it was pretty romantic. It wasn't a negative.
Yeah, yeah, I didn't cause this.
Yeah, it was a it's
Kind of
it's like a warning.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, she was always gonna do this. It was just up to me to like crit success and then like make her like me actually, which I didn't do. So here we are. I will slit your throat and end your bloodline. The rivers will run red with the blood of the Seishal Lao.
What?
Should you ever disrupt a hair on his head?
That's a very important part. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You are a weak, passive man who shall exist to serve the higher goals of our family. Obey or die. It's not. Oh man. I was hoping to glean a better result, but things were not with me. Alright, well, that's. For Lao Zhi, if he dies, at least he did his duty. He died on doing his duty. Let's go fight.
Yeah, everything's good. Okay, everything is in motion. Everything's set. We have dates. I assume Lao Tzu, do you send a letter to Lao Chen?
Yep.
Letters sent.
I would like to send the letters that I was sending as well.
I think Yang also has a letter to send.
Okay.
We're loading up the owl. Packing him
Yep.
up. The owl flies off. We have a date set for the fight. We have a letter coming back and a pending time range for the wedding. Which would be at the end of the season. Everything's set in motion. Prosa to you guys. It is looking a little bit late. I don't know if we would finish on time if we started the combat now. In my vision, I kind of anticipated that it would happen like right away, like right off the swing of things. But there was a lot more putting the pieces in place and interactions. So we could end the session now, just early, so that we have a 100% good stopping point, and then additional bonus would be here for the combat, so I'll feel less bad when I kill you all.
That will
I don't mind either
or we
way.
yo it.
I don't mind
fun.
either way. I do have one logistical problem that I do have a solution for. If it sways though, is my headset is gonna die and I didn't bring the charger. So at some point I'm gonna have to use my phone. But I have that at my desk, little setup area ready.
I finished my classes early this week, and now I'm done for the term.
Oh,
So
let's go.
I can stay up late.
I mean, I'm always down to go late.
Okay, we'll run it then.
Hell yeah, let's go!
So, I think I kind of want to speed roll to the action though.
Okay.
Yes, okay. Lao Tzu's not gonna do
and
much of anything until we get
I
there.
think that the travel there will be made pretty, like, a lot of the rolls that you guys would have to make on the travel there would be due to, like, would be for, like, getting food and stuff. Because Lao Junlai already has this information in place. And so for the sake of time, let me just kind of give you guys a little bit of a spiel above board to take the flower out of it. The Red Ogre Clan has existed for some hundreds of years. Since the time of Lao Fei and Lao Jin. That schism in your family was the root of the Red Ogre Clan. Because the Lao family head, Lao Miran, Oh no, that's the wrong one. I don't actually know if I have her name here. I thought I wrote it down somewhere. Well, I lost the name, but it was not the mother of Lao Jin. It was the mother of Lao Fei. Sister to Lao Miran. Who essentially lost her child to the succession war within the Lao family, right? And it is said that the mother's grief drove her to madness, because that branch family perished. She did not just lose Lao Fei, she lost some of her other children as well through some of the violence and the fallout that followed. And then she desperately was trying to produce an heir, or to restore her family by having a child. That was like the idea, the psychology that kind of possessed her, and she had many bloody, taxing, brutal miscarriages. And there is a spiral descent. And Lao Junlai will inform you all that the Red Ogre Clan, the root of the clan, is the Oni that emerged from within her. An Oni with a unique, a semi-unique ability to reproduce. And he will tell you that Huan Chen has been historically terrorized by the Red Ogre Clan. And they had most of the deaths have been Red Ogre Clan. Like on the outskirts. Now, there's kind of like a strange inverse relationship between how many people the Red Ogre Clan kills and how many people they have as members. And then it's kind of like a parabolic relationship, because if they kill more people, they can make more Red Ogre Clan members. But then there's a certain point where if they kill too many people, they cannot get in the city. Like they don't have that kind of like siege tech. You know, you can't. I mean, you look at Huan Chen, you can't assault that. You know. And so then they can't kill any more people, and their population declines. The way that the Red Ogre Clan reproduces is the Red Ogre mother consumes infants. And they are turned into fiends within her cursed womb.
Wow.
Yeah, we need
That's
to
fucked
kill
up.
this thing.
Yeah.
But I know I said this at the start of the adventure a while ago. I said I wanted to touch on a couple more disturbing, darker themes at points in this adventure. Prepare for one of them in this fight. We're gonna be getting a little body horror, okay? So, this beautiful music is not fitting the history of the Red Ogre Clan. So, that's the origin and how they reproduce, right? So it's like, oftentimes, a smaller Huan Chen settlement will be hit, their children will be devoured, and then the Red Ogre Clan is bolstered, and they'll kind of lead more of a storm, and then Huan Chen is forced to respond, which results in a lot of human casualties in the field, or results in a lot of human casualties and crop casualties as they approach Huan Chen. Various rulers have had various degrees of success in dealing with them, but none has ever like severed the head of the Hydra or the head of the snake, whatever the proverb is. Mostly because the mother of the Red Ogre Clan does not really leave their place of residence. It almost behaves more like a cursed spirit than it does like an oni, where it's like it almost seems to be like stuck in a location. Or perhaps simply refuses to leave, mimicking the sanctity of a home. In whatever case, over the course of these many decades, the Red Ogre Mother has become extremely malformed by the hatred of the curse. And Lao Junlai describes the Red Ogre Clan as absolute monstrosities. That they are like they are demons born of the flesh of men, and thus they bear the cruelty not pure of demons, but personal and tainted like that of man. And so you guys will also learn that Lao Junlai, since he came into power when he was a young teen, by the way, a lot of parallels between Lao Junlai and Lao Chen. They're kind of like they're like twinsies. Both came into power as teenagers unexpectedly. Both really clutched the fuck up. Lao Junlai, since he came into power, has personally been leading advanced charges against them. Lao Junlai is, by all accounts, a war hero to the people of the city, because many Lao rulers simply will send like a squad of 20 guys out, and the 20 guys will mostly all die. Lao Junlai picked up the blade and said, "I will defend my people," and he has. There's a reason that they call him the gentle mandate of God. Lao Junlai claimed that he would end the Red Ogre Clan in his lifetime, and a lot of people bashed the guy because it simply has not been able to be done. But the state of the Red Ogre Clan currently is like minuscule compared to like at times in the past of the height of its power. Because of his consistent whittling. And he's reduced them to a very small number. And they haven't been raiding as much because it's almost like a preservation thing. Like if we go out, we'll meet him in the field and he'll fucking kill us, you know?
Okay.
So, as you are approaching this place, this is at an askew angle away from the Fountainhead and Huanshen. I remember how I described getting closer to Huanshen. The ground was getting a little bit more rocky and more elevation. You guys travel for some time and come upon a place where there's a lot more rock-like growth, and the very vitality that seems to seep into the rest of the areas around the Piang River is like sapped, like rotted. No, not rotted, like withered. And this is a decent bit away, probably some days away. Not very far, but like a couple days, you know. So you're very far away from the river, and perhaps it's because of that, or perhaps it's because of the foreboding nature of the area and like this long-standing curse. Like this is the region that a clan of Oni have made their home in for a couple hundred years. Like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Jihuo, but like that's a cursed fucking place, right? A group of Oni have made their home here, and they have as much history making their home here as Seisho does, being a city. So the impact and the flourishing that Seisho has had on its surroundings, take that, but imagine Red Ogre. The trees are wicked and spiked. The beautiful ginkgo and the floating sakura, like there are no pretty petals. There are thorns and twisting brambles. The rocks that come out of the ground do so at abject angles and form into spikes towards the end. And eventually, Lao Junlai, tell all of you, we are approaching. Soon we will come to an arc formed of stone, wood, and the bone of man. And henceforth inside shall be the domain of the clan of the Red Ogre. It is not idly that I command. Draw your blades.
Ryuji will do so.
I will.
I will draw my whip and cast Mage Armor on myself.
What is your guys' kind of tactic? Or do you want to marching order it and just head right in? Or do you want to try something else? I will say Lao Junlai will tell you guys that the area that the Red Ogre Clan kind of makes their home is nearly inaccessible unless you go through the main entrance. However, not quite. I mean, one like a skilled ninja could probably get around. But if we want to send Yang in on a scouting mission alone, I'll leave that up to a party vote.
I don't
Let me consult the document.
I do have invisibility. I could
That's
cast
pretty
that
good.
if we really want.
It could be useful to scout. If there's only a dozen of them, we just have to pinpoint the dozen, I guess.
So, the situation is that like you guys will pretty much most of you will simply have to charge in. But if you do want to maybe cast invisibility on Yang, Yang could probably get you the scope of it and kind of like show you what's going on. So you have a little bit of a tactic, like kind of impossible for you guys to get a surprise round here, because there's not really an avenue for group stealth. But you could, if you invest the resource for scouting, you could at least see what you're, going to be running into.
That could be good.
Do we think it would be helpful?
Yeah, I mean, I think it will be helpful. Obviously, it just feels bad to send one of these
Yang in a low,
solo.
Is it? Yeah, I guess is it worth the risk? Because we're gonna have to approach the same way regardless.
I mean, I feel like our standard approach.
Invisibility, it's pretty good.
If anything, our standard marching approach is to let Yang go first.
It's the precedent.
I don't know if, like, even if Yang sees them. He's gotta walk in still.
Is this like a cave that we would need to have dark vision in to see?
Oh no, it's outside. It's like walled off by the rocky outcroppings and the thick brambled trees.
Oh, I see. Well, then maybe it would be useful to send Yang in, because then we could maybe like flank around them or something, like if we knew where they were. other than rather than wandering in blindly. Because if it's like rough terrain, my concern would be that they would have remember what they used before with the hook tool? If there's like a
Traps.
bunch of them on high ground or something and they hook one of us up there by ourselves, like that person's gonna die. Just like straight up.
Yeah. We would. I think what I was saying is if there's like a wall of terrain, we're still gonna have to enter before we even do any flanking. But
Yeah, it would be a big stretch for the party to go around to flanking.
Mm. Okay, I guess I'm having a hard time uh
like a mountain pass almost type
Yeah,
of entrance.
yeah, and it's more the shrubbery than it is the stone.
Yeah.
Um, it's like near impassable in a lot of areas, and so like having a group filter through, um, it would be yeah, like the group of people will pretty much have to come through the main kind of clearer entrance that the Oni would use. But if you wanted to get terrain info, enemy info, you know,
if I had a grappling hook and rope, could we climb up it?
it's more the brush and the trees than it is the stone. So it would require like deforestation equipment more so. So it's not so much that it's like vertical. Well, there is a verticality to it, but it's not so much that it's vertical as much as it is like a thick mess of these twisting, thorned, dried brambles on top of the sharp, jagged outcroppings of rock.
Okay. Well then, yeah, I don't really see the point of sending Yang first in either if we're gonna because even if we know where they're up there, we can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
Like,
If my bird wasn't delivering mail right now, I could get us get it.
you just gave me a brilliant idea.
Um, all
I just
information is better than no information. If I think the real question is if it's worth the resources.
Can
But if
I?
you would get terrain information and enemy information, which is pretty big.
I can spend the spell slot. The spell slot's not a concern for me.
Well, I can ritual cast, be sense, and speak with animals. If I could talk to a little bird, I could have it just fly above this rocky crag and then see through its senses. And that would basically be like you had your familiar, except I can't really direct the bird anywhere. But I could see if
Oh,
there's ogres up there.
yeah. That seems good.
Can I do it and
Yeah,
bribe the bird with like a ration?
give me an animal handling check with advantage.
All right.
The bird takes your ration and flies off.
No.
And you can like understand it, and it's kind of like fuck you.
I make a solemn vow to kill this bird if I ever see it again.
Well, I'm down to cast invisibility on Yang, but maybe we specify like don't go too far or something. Just learn what you can and come back safely. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll uh I'll take off the spell slot. I'll cast invisibility on Yang.
Okay. Give me a stealth roll for Yang with advantage.
I don't have
And a
Yang's character
perception
sheet.
roll for the. Oh. me a stealth roll with advantage for Yang and a perception check for Yang. Wait! Don't look at that! Don't look at that!
I'm on
I
the
shared
main
the wrong
sheet.
thing with you.
Oh, I'll close it. I switched instantly to the main sheet. I didn't read anything.
Forgot Juanita made a special one called Yang Redacted to share with you. Because there's redacted information. Let me double check. Okay, yeah. It all says redacted.
Okay. Self check. Okay, and then perception check.
Well, you guys picking up what I'm putting down here?
Oh.
Well,
The map changed.
I'm seeing what maybe looks like a flayed corpse chair.
Yeah. So this is a pretty cool spot. This is like where we hang out, like Red Ogre Clan, you know. So this is the
Yeah,
archway.
so hook us up with a tour.
This is the archway of bones.
Nice.
the
You
quad.
come in from, right? There's lots of like blood stains on the ground everywhere, but you can kind of ignore that.
What are those piles on the ground of?
So
Are those
if you kind of
just
zoom
people?
in there,
Just people
those
piles?
those are corpses. Those are
Cool,
corpses
cool.
on the ground
We
in
love
various stages of rot and decay.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
You can see in the center camp here we got like our sitting stones, and we have our like big ass skull cauldron that we like boil people in.
that. I was gonna say you're gonna do a darkest dungeon thing and put us in the fucking pot.
And there's like our spare firewood over here. Like when it rains, like we got a cave over here with like a big fucking like evil ass fucking skull on it.
Ooh, that's looking kind
Evil
of cool.
epic school.
And we got like the throne for our mom up here.
I like that there are practical people though who have extra firewood.
Well, of course. And there's also cages hanging with some dead bodies in them.
Well, you know, I mean, you
Here,
said that they were using tools, not intelligent.
left to die of exposure and dehydration and starvation.
Egg.
There's breaking racks over here to torture
Oh,
people on.
breaking. Okay.
If you guys have ever heard of being broken on the wheel, it's like one of the worst things ever.
Oh.
And we
yeah,
got those over here because we kind of like to show off like when
Wheel
we torture
tortures.
people real bad. And we like leave them alive on there at the end and just kind of let them drain, you know? That's kind of like our
Okay.
camp. Then let me introduce you here.
I recognize these
Hey,
guys.
Wait a second.
Hey, wait a second. You recognize these guys?
Those guys, they ran away.
Yeah, they were scared.
They were scared.
You recognize this guy?
No.
No.
No, in
Think not.
fact.
This is Mama.
Hi, Mama.
Oh. Here,
She's sitting up here.
put that poor man down.
So you
Mama,
see
you got a lion on your shoulder.
this one, the one that breathed fire at you all in your first skirmish,
Oh yeah.
who does so again into the base of this cauldron, causing it to flare up. This one is tinkering with something in his lap. And this one, the big one with the big jaw, takes a big stick and stirs the pot. You see the matriarch atop this spire here with the corpse of a man recently dead bring it up to her mouth like a candy bar and
bite his head and upper chest off.
Well,
Y'all want to drag your pieces right here?
Sure.
I suppose it's time to enter, unless we can just like make. Well, if I make an attack with a spell, it would just start combat. It wouldn't be a surprise round.
Wait, we have 2 Yoshidas.
It's canon. I saw him.
We all saw
He
him.
actually does have a clone ability. Well, kind of. I apologize for this, but I have Yoshida's martial arts in here, and I didn't write them down. So, you know,
It's okay.
my bad.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, I don't see what other course of action there is available. Can we go behind these like rocks and get like high ground?
Yeah. So I hope it's clear which ones are outcropping. Those ones you can't climb up from the front. Obviously, you have to go up from the back, or else have some other way to jump up. I think the normal ones are probably about 20 to 30 feet off the ground. This big one that she's on is probably more like 40 feet off the ground at its like peak. But if you were to if like Yoshida's you and you like, woo, you could like do
wanna
that.
wanna
Right?
get Sakura up on one of those?
I was gonna say we should definitely, if we can, we should sneak anybody with
Could
range
Yang
up
be
the
on
high
one of
ground.
that? I can't move
Yang can
Yang's
be
token.
absolutely anywhere and start with a surprise round because of the stealth
Sweet.
roll.
I cannot move Yang's token.
Oh, well, you should be able to. Did you drag it on there?
Yeah. I could try it
Just-
again.
Yeah, try it again.
Nope.
What? Why? It says you can control it. I have no idea why.
Okay, I will just use an upside down Lao Ryuji token for Yang.
Here, I could just move Yang.
I feel like this is gonna be annoying though, because I'm gonna have to tell you where I'm moving Yang the entire time.
I'll just try reloading roll 20.
Okay. Nope.
Upside down Ryuji it is. Put a ninja mask on you.
Yeah, so Yang can start with a surprise round.
Yeah.
And can we try to sneak Sakura onto one of these outcroppings nearby?
At the risk of removing Yang's surprise round, yes.
I guess we could just let her move during combat. Well, up to Yang to start us off.
Okay, let me look at Yang's character sheet. Yang has a shuriken. I'm not sure what the range on that is.
2060.
Okay.
But that can only replace main action attacks, not bonus action unarmed strikes.
What?
Like for a monk.
Oh. Yeah, because it's not a monk weapon.
I think so.
Okay. Marshall, sorry, I'm just making sure I do everything right because I don't want to accidentally get Yang killed. I guess. Yeah, Yang's just gonna throw a shuriken at this one, I guess, which will be normal roll because advantage because it's stealth and disadvantage because of the range.
You'll have to get up to the edge there
Oh,
to see.
okay, maybe that won't be disadvantage
Yeah.
then. 25? What was it again? 2060? Oh, fuck.
You could get onto the very edge.
Alright, fuck
You
it.
could go one further.
Alright, shuriken with advantage.
Oh,
That is a hit, probably.
Most definitely. Most definitely.
Okay. 9 damage.
Okay,
let's
we'll have to
go.
see it. Break commercial. There we go. Okay, let me bring up the initiative tracker. Alright, start rolling.
Alright, first is Ryuji. Nice.
Dom, do you still do the crit success on initiative shit?
No, well, kind of. It gives you go first. Regardless of your roll. Like right now, Sumi did not crit success, but she would go in front of you.
Oh, here we
Right.
If you
go.
crit success, you just go first, you know?
But I don't get a whole extra round.
Yeah.
Which is fair.
You're gonna have to manually put Yang's on there because I don't have the token, but it was a 20.
Okay, good initiatives.
And then,
Except
oh,
for
I have to get
Junlai's.
Yoshida's character sheet as well.
I'm just gonna stay where I'm at. 21 is good enough.
Yeah, let's hope so. If it's not, we're in trouble. Okay, then Yoshida. Okay, he didn't do so hot, but that's fine. The rest of us did.
Here's your guys' party. let's get into it. Sakura goes first. We love to see it. Okay, so she will 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And probably just take a shot, I'd imagine.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. She does not have exhaustion anymore. Okay. That is a hit.
Okay.
Let's go.
So, okay. Yang emerges from the shadows, creeps up on the top of the spike, and just hurls out a shuriken, which hits this ogre in the back of the neck. To a normal man, a death blow, a severing of the spinal cord. And to the Oni, like, what the fuck? He turns up and looks around, and as he opens his mouth to roar, an arrow into his cheek from Sumi. And the mother Oni looks down and screeches at all of you as your ambush begins in earnest. Jiho. Also, I'd like to say, it is not a bad idea to turn the enemy here. However, the idea is to exterminate them.
Oh no, I'm aware.
Might be best to keep it as a last resort because they know these lands better than you guys.
I had a different plan anyways.
Oh.
I'm gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and get this. I'm gonna take the dodge action.
Ooh.
Oh.
Okay.
That's the end of my turn.
Alright, that goes to Yang.
Sorry guys, I'm
Okay,
melee character.
You did everything you could.
I can't run 60 feet at them or I'm gonna get one shot.
No. I'll have a very similar turn to you.
Alright. I think a shuriken, because a shuriken is a dagger, right, in the Raw rulebook?
Yeah.
I think it is a
Well,
monk
yeah.
weapon then, because it's a simple melee weapon.
But the flurry of blows in the bonus action are only unarmed strikes with a monk. It's a special trait of the Kensei
Yeah, but
monk
for
that they
Yang's
can make
other
weapons.
traits, because the other traits specify if they're like an unarmed strike or a monk weapon.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, they are a monk weapon for Yang.
Okay. In that case, Yang is going to wait, if the attack is going free, gain 4 temp HP until the start of your... Okay, I think Yang is just gonna throw another shuriken at that guy. Oh, it says Yoshida, but that was Yang.
I hope so. Yoshida doesn't have any shuriken.
Or so you think, DM.
8 damage if that's a hit.
The Black Star of Byoki Village?
That's a
Yoshida's
hit.
actually made out of shurikens.
Okay. Then that's Lao Zhi.
Alright. I'm going to move forward. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. And I'm gonna cast Blur on myself.
Okay.
And
You-
also start my
Oh.
bonus action Blade Song.
Gotcha. Ryuji, that's you.
Okay, Ryuji is going to first of all rage. And then I'm going to use opening wounds. And so I will enter a metal stance, which I'm hoping I won't regret too bad. And I will be going... I want to be spaced out because I'm pretty sure the fire guy has like fireball or something. So yeah, I'm gonna go up here, which is if I go doom, 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 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Oh, I could go here for 30, and then that's okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna go there, and attack him recklessly.
Oh my god, respect.
What, you don't think I'm bold enough to attack recklessly?
No, I just I was gonna go forward a bit slower. If I knew you were doing this, I might have dashed with you.
Well, I get an attack off too because of my opening wounds.
Oh, fair.
So 15 to hit.
That is a hit.
Oh,
Sweet.
okay, good.
Okay, 8 damage, and he gets a total of 4 wound stacks, I believe. 10 feet, movement towards... I move 30 feet in a straight line towards him. Then... Oh, up to proficiency bonus. So he gets 3 wound stacks, and then takes 3 bleeding damage. So a total of 11 damage. And 3 wound stacks.
Okay. This is so easy so far. We're like halfway there, probably.
Yeah. I think that's Big Guy's turn. Yeah. I think he's gonna move away from you.
Not so fast, Oni. I will make an opportunity attack. Without advantage. Ooh, let's go.
That's a hit.
Oh,
12 damage.
Dang.
this is the
And that's
guy with
another
the-
wound. And I am keeping track, Dom, so you don't have to if you don't, if that's too much.
Okay. He is going to. So this guy is has a lot more mass to his body than the others of his similar size. You dash up and slash into him, and you cut into him, and blood starts to spill out. But like, almost like childlike, like a twisted giddiness. Like he kind of just ignores you as you like cut deeply into his flesh and lumbers over toward Ji Huo, and like you realize there's obviously a hierarchy of intelligence happening here, but like they have wheels to torture
Yeah.
people on, right? That they have a pot, they have firewood. They're like doing basic human stuff, but it's obvious that amongst them there's a hierarchy of intelligence. This one looks pretty dumb, but there is enough intellect in there to look at Ji Huo and go, shiny,
Oh.
big, tasty. And he is going to enter Earth Stance and use his ability on you, Ji Huo. And this ability is called Devour Human.
Oh God.
So, okay. Jihuo. I'm gonna need to make a deck save, and it's really important, okay? Jihuo, listen to me, clutch up right now.
Ooh!
You. I heard the call, Dom. It is prophesized from birth. I am
What?
destined. This is my purpose, Dominic.
Wow, that is crazy. Okay.
Devour
that's
who?
really good. Okay, what is your I wanna know, what is your hit point maximum?
My hit point maximum is 39.
Okay. Had you failed that, you would have sustained a lifelong crippling injury that would have changed how you have to play the game.
Oh my God.
That like forever. Like you would have permanently lost a limb.
You know, that's what we're in it for. Now it's time for me to make him lose one of his.
You still do take a fuck ton of damage from this. He deals 20 piercing damage.
Oh.
And I succeeded, hopefully.
You did. You succeeded. And that was halved.
Oh.
Oh, wait a minute.
Okay.
Wait a minute. What's your hit point maximum?
39.
Oh, shit. 20 is more than half of 39, isn't it?
It is.
Okay. The Oni walks up to Jihuo. Lumbers, like I said, like a big, horrifying, twisted toddler, and it's like, ooh, tasty. And Jihuo, you hear it speak your tongue and say, tasty. It reaches down, and you swing up your Kabuto to block it out of the way, and then its other arm comes around and grabs you by the chest and lifts you up, and you kind of like flail to get out of it, and you break out, and it sinks its mouth into the side of your arm, and its teeth cinch and bite your arm off. Your forearm from here forward is ripped off of your body as
Which
its
one?
fangs. Your left one.
My shield arm?
Your shield arm. As it eats your shield, hand, and forearm all.
Okay.
God damn.
Let me know when it's my next turn.
What the fuck? I
Maybe
really hope
there
that's
will
like
be
a
no
one.
mercy.
I hope that's a one-time use ability.
That's my
This
whole health bar.
guy enters fire stance and
Uh-oh.
is going to. Well, you know, Ryuji, this is bad for you, but it's good for everybody else.
Yeah, if he fireballs me and not the party, it's better overall.
He will use his Forge Breath on you, and I'm gonna need to make a dex save.
Okay, I have advantage because it's an effect I can see. That's what we like to see.
That is a success. Then, so you take. Wow, they are just high rolling, aren't they? 18. Oh my Jesus Christ. Wow. So 29 fire damage. You succeeded. So that is halved to 19.
Okay.
And then halved
Wait,
again
20
because you're in your wave.
29 halved would be 15. Or 14.
14. It would
Yeah.
be 14.
And then halved again is
Halved
7.
again to 7.
Okay.
Then you are under the effects of heat metal.
Ooh.
Oh, really?
Oh, that's really good. That it
But I
ended me.
succeeded.
Yeah.
God damn. Okay.
You're supposed to have disadvantage on the save, but it would have been a 20, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
I forgot to tell you. That was my bad. So let me see. Heat metal just straight up just ticks damage when you do it. Okay. So then you just take... Wow. Oh my god. 13. So...
Half to
13
6.
halved. 6, so 3. 3 fire damage.
Okay.
But your swords are burning hot. Then it's Mama's turn. And I mean, I think she's gonna yeah, let's huck the first one at Yang. So going to make a ranged attack against Yang. That is a 16.
Oh, I just realized I'm piloting Yang. That is a
Wait,
hit.
Sorry. It is an 18.
That is definitely a hit.
Okay. So, Yang's gonna take a buttload of damage here.
Oh boy.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Yang can use deflect missiles as a reaction.
Oh, Yang will do that. Which is D10 plus Dex plus monk level. Okay, so let's launch our D10. So it's 8 plus 4 is 12 plus 5 is 17.
That is so clutch because this attack does 30 damage. So reduced to 13.
Okay.
Okay, it enters wood stance and then it's going to make another attack. I guess,
Another one?
yeah. Probably let's spread the love, shall we? You're kind of far away. I'll throw it at him anyways. An attack against you, Lao Zhi.
Disadvantage.
Yes. What is your AC?
19.
It misses.
Ah, okay.
Okay, so it enters wood stance on its first attack, as it uses its ability, Throw Young.
What?
You see the mother stand up, take its clawed forearm, reach inside of its vagina, like elbow deep. There's blood pouring out, like spilling across the rocks. Like this creature's arm has claws on it, and you see it reaching around, and it grabs something and rips out a blood dripping fetus and hurls it at Yang. Yang like monastically like deflects it to the side where it splats onto the ground next to him. And
No.
a new enemy enters the fight.
No.
Oh.
Yeah. And then it picks up a body and hurls it at Lao Zhi, but Lao Zhi danced out of the way. Okay. Lao Junlai. 15.
We need him to pull some weight here. Things are not looking so good.
He certainly can.
he had to move pretty far to get there. I feel like he can't use that yet. Yeah, he can't use that yet. He just can't. Okay. He enters wood stance. The wisteria tree weeps in the gentle autumn wind. Violet descent. And he's going to make 4 attacks on this guy.
There we go.
That's what we like to see.
The first one will be his martial art attack. We really need this one to hit, boys. He doesn't
Okay.
have advantage,
But it's the
but
first.
it hits. But it hits. So this deals an extra 5 damage. Oh, he'll go 5. Oh shit! Wait. 5. Ah shit. 5, 10. There we go. So it does an extra 5 damage for, or an extra 1 damage every 5 feet he's willingly moved since the end of his last turn. So that is an extra plus 8 damage on top of that. So that's 20 damage for the first hit.
That's what we like to see.
And then he will make his others. So he follows up with a pivoting slash, overhead slash, and another pivot slash. Okay, well. Man can only pivot slash so many times. Okay, so that's another 16 damage. Let me, like, brain blast here. Okay. He glides in, and Lao Zhi, you see as he like moves next to you, he locks eyes with you as your like arm is still kind of in the air, like just blood pouring out of the stump of your arm. And you see a steely resolve in his eyes. He's here to fight beside you or be the shield in front of you. Retreat if you need to, or fight by his side. That's kind of what it says, with 0 implication either way. But he rushes in to aid you. Then, unfortunately, a new enemy enters the fray. Emerging from stealth, the runt of the litter is going to hurl a rock at Ryuji.
A rock or a boulder?
It's like a really big rock.
Okay.
It's like this big. It's like really big.
Like if you were to
For a
assign like a
guy's
damage,
throat.
it'd probably be like a D8 or something. Like
It's like really high. It's the damage is really high. What's your AC?
14.
It hits.
Okay.
And deals. Ooh, low roll, low roll. 14 damage. Half to 7, half to 3.
Wait, why half twice?
I don't know. I'm just having shit all the time. Just half to 7.
Okay. 14 was a low roll. That's crazy. Okay, Yoshida. So, what I'm thinking... What's the range on this? 60? Okay. would you say that big boy over here, he's got a metal club, right? That's what it looks like.
Yes.
Time to heat metal.
Oh, using their own tricks against them.
Yeah.
Okay, so that just does damage when he casts it.
So, yeah, so... Okay. 2d8 fire damage when you cast a spell, so /R 2d8. 6 damage. And he has to make a con save or drop it.
On his turn, right?
If the creature is holding or wearing the object and takes damage from it, the creature must succeed on a con save or drop it.
Oh. Okay. Also, make one for me then, for the tick of damage you took on that previous turn.
Oh, okay.
He fails. He drops it.
Nice. Okay, and then Ryuji. Okay.
Okay, you succeed.
Okay, and this goes to 1. Okay, and then that's his action. Does he have a bonus action? Don't think so. Yeah, it doesn't look like he has a bonus action.
Yeah,
Unless he has a
I don't
martial art
think he
ability.
does. No, his martial art abilities are magic missile and mirror image, but they're more explosive.
Okay. Yeah, so that's what he does.
Okay. Metal guy, I think, is going to try to yoink Lao Junlai. So Lao Junlai has to make a dex save. He has disadvantage because it's destructive.
Don't matter.
He triggers a trap beneath the ground and tries to just rip Lao Junlai closer, and he just kind of like jumps like just ever so daintily over the rope as it swings beneath his feet. And that's actually his whole turn. Okay, Laguo. Yeah, he kind of can't do that. Okay, yeah, he just has to dash in. Okay, then it is the bloody fetus turn.
Oh god.
It's going to attack Yang. What's Yang's? Oh, that's a crit.
Oh no, Yang's probably going down.
Oh, maybe not. Ooh. That is 11. That is 14 damage.
That is exact. Exact.
Damn. Okay, that's back to Sakura. Who I think like we gotta do something. We gotta do something here. Alright. Or am I
Wait a
right?
minute. Yang's AC is not correct on here. 10 plus Dex plus Wisdom. Her AC should be 18,
Yeah.
not 15. I don't know if that changes the boulder hitting them or not.
No, that one still hit because it was a 16, but I forgot there was a +2 mod.
Okay. Well, I
So
tried.
unfortunately, it hits right on the money. Okay. 5, 10, 15. I think Sakura is going to. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sumi is going to use her martial art ability. Would somebody care to say it since she can't?
Which one is it?
I got
It will not be doing it because I'm gonna have my inner monologue next turn.
Yes, yes. Okay, in that case, Yoshida will say, "Ah, it's her technique, the legendary sacred arrow, heaven-piercing ray."
That's
And
right.
she's going to shoot a heaven-piercing ray at the Earth stance. Yeah. Wood is destructive into Earth.
Yes.
Okay. This is really important. Gotta hit. And it is a spell attack. So that is +6. Oh, that's a hit. That's so big. Okay. So this is a second level. And she... so this is 6d6 radiant damage.
That's huge.
Oh, high roll.
That's
Okay.
huge.
So, hold on. Okay. Huge. So all of that is just straight damage, and then as a bonus action, she's going to heal Yang. For 6 HP. That's a
Okay.
trash roll, damn it. But hey, 6 HP is better than being down.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, that's her turn. Lao Shifuo.
In the moments, the heart pounding every second and being able to hear it through the outpouring from my own arm.
Yeah, the
I
pressure
want to just
reducing. Yeah.
look at it, and in his head, my arm, my shield. No, you don't have time for any of it. What did Lord Ryzen teach you? This is the moment. You're shieldless. You have one arm left. If you have a warrior spirit, let it out! And I want him to just rush forward. I'm not even. He's not gonna think about the stances. He's just gonna attack the first thing in front of him.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to give you an inspiration for that.
I am. Yeah. I'm just gonna smack the guy in front of me with Let me see here. I have a question about my martial ability.
Yes.
It says that when I hit somebody or when I hit a fiend with an attack roll, I can mark it and it takes an extra d6. If it's destructive, it's an extra d6, and if it's generative, it's decreased by a d6. But do I have a minimum of 1, or can I roll 0?
You could roll 0.
So I can't use my ability against this guy.
Yeah, because it scales, right? The d6
yes.
increases.
Yes.
Yeah. But at current level, you could go to 0.
Okay. Well, in that case, I just don't have to mark him, I guess.
Yeah, you could just use your other.
Okay, yeah. What I'm gonna do then is I'm gonna use Wrathful Smite as a bonus
Seems
action,
appropriate.
and then I'm gonna try to smack him. So let me. Is that a hit?
That is a hit.
Actually, Dom, I'd like to
And-
crit success.
Yes, you will.
I'd love to crit success here, Dom, because I
Take
think
off
I'd
that
actually,
minor
I think I'd
inspiration.
actually be using one of my other spell slots here as well, Dom, to use
smite,
a
maybe?
special thing called Divine Smite,
Divine
maybe.
Smite, maybe, yeah. I think within one round, you've experienced the highest highs and the lowest lows in combat. Arm bit off, crit success,
Okay.
paladin smite.
So,
Juanita, okay, it's bad, Juanita. She
I
goes
will-
down an arm.
No, what?
Yeah,
You
Jiwo
go
lost
down
an arm.
You are nearly dead. You just got smacked by a bloody fetus.
Jesus Christ. Oh, the fetus came out.
okay, Dom, is everything doubled?
I'm getting on. I'm moving
So
on
all
the
Yes.
dice. All dice.
All
are
the dice are doubled, including Wrathful Smite.
Yes. So
Okay.
I'll give you the
Uh,
rundown,
so-
Juanita, in your message.
Okay, thank you.
Um,
Oh my god.
your Kabuto is normally a D8, right?
So I'm rolling 2d8
2D8
plus 2d6.
plus 2D6, and then
Plus-
what level smite?
First level, but it's a fiend, so it's an extra.
Yes, so that would be 3D8, I think.
So 68.
So 68. So total. The
Plus
types don't matter
3.
here. So but total 8D8 plus 2D6 plus 3.
That's crazy.
I'd like to do 56 damage
Oh.
to the thing that ate my arm, and I want my shield back, Dom.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Okay.
If I
Um,
kill it, can I say something to it?
Yes, you do. How would you like to do this? You kill it.
Dom, can I okay. Can I mean, this creature's big, so I can understand if I can't, but can I kick it to its knees so that it's level with me?
Yeah.
I'd like to kick it to its knees, and like, I genuinely think this is like robotic almost in his speech. As Yuho looks at it and says, "Infanticider, face judgment," and then just cleanly whacks its head clean off with the Kabuto.
Just like it is like unstoppable evil versus unstoppable righteousness. It takes your arm, and so you take its head. There's just with the one remaining arm, whack, and its head just kind of like.
And I want just the final moments is again robotic like. I just want him to turn to the mother.
Anything else for your turn, Jiwa? Like movement?
Yeah, I'll move. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
The inevitable approach of
A
justice.
paladin's march. It's satisfying.
I want to be walking, Dom, like
Yeah,
through
yeah.
the eyes of battle in a berserker stance, like completely adrenaline.
Flowing, blood dripping from the Kabuto. Hey, Yang,
Hey.
it's your turn. Welcome to the
Welcome to
session.
combat.
It's your turn. There's that red square is a nasty
I'm gonna move
fetus
my token
guy.
over here. Okay. Alright. We are going into metal stance. We're doing a short sword strike.
Against the.
The red thing in front of me.
That is actually a hit.
Oh, that's a shuriken.
God.
But it's the same thing as a short sword,
Same,
so I'll
yes,
just do the short
same
sword
mod,
damage.
it's okay.
Whoops. I clicked the wrong damage. That should have been a 1d6. That's the damage. 10 damage. Then we're gonna do a key point to do a flurry of blows. Moving into well, no, I already have temporary hit points, so we'll just do 2 unarmed strikes. Do both of those hit?
Yes, they do.
Okay. So that's 16
Okay.
more damage.
You kill it.
Great.
It is newly birthed, crawling out of this horrific, like, flesh sack,
Incredible.
and you stab into its head, and then draw it back, and as it kind of shrieks at you, you just step on its neck, and then with your palm, snap its
Perfect.
head.
Great.
Executed.
Then I'm gonna use my movement to. Are these rocks like difficult terrain? I'm assuming.
So they're not difficult terrain, but you can only go up them one way.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. We'll do 40 right here.
So you are. Oh no, yeah, that's okay.
Let me just
Yeah,
double
you
check
can go.
something.
I'm gonna delete the upside down Ryuji.
Okay. I just need to double check my shuriken. Yes. Okay, we're good. That's
Okay.
neat.
Okay. Is that everything for your turn?
Yep, that's everything.
Okay. Let's see.
I would like to dance over the corpse. And move. Yeah, right there. Step, step, step.
Sorry, that one's head had a bug splat error.
And then I'm just gonna use my cantrip, Seizing Current of the Grasping Tao, which is
Wait. I'm not gonna lie, I walked away to get a banana. How the fuck is Yang over here?
Just ninja things.
No, yeah, okay, fine.
Oh wait. Yeah. No. Okay.
okay. So it's gonna be my melee attack with my empowered Tao. Okay. I'm in a water stance still. I assume that misses.
That does miss.
Alright, I will step back. That's my turn.
Okay. Ryuji.
Alright, Dominic. I'd like to do something a little spicy.
Ooh, spicy.
Oh, yes. I want to dump this pot of boiling water on this dude.
Incredible.
That's what Lao Guo was gonna do. Well, I'll give you advantage
Oh
on
shit,
your
Lao
check,
Guo's here.
and you guys will do it together, because that's really cool.
Okay.
I'd say it's an athletics check. It's going to be very high DC because it's such a heavy pot, but
Maybe
not out of the reach of.
maybe I don't want to do that then.
I think doable, but difficult.
Because I'm just worried if I fail, then they're going to dump it on me, and that's going to be really bad.
You can always move out of the way after.
That's true. Would the DC, would you lower the DC if I told you I already have advantage on strength checks because of I'm in a rage?
No. But it's a doable DC. It's just difficult.
I don't like these odds. Fuck it, I'm gonna do it. If I... Oh! Can I use opening wounds to perhaps get an advantage and, like, charge at it?
No, because the pot would be in fire stance, if anything.
Okay. Okay.
No,
You're
I
just
think
shutting down my
that's fair.
creativity.
I
I
think
see
that
what
the
it
pot being in fire stance is completely fair.
I think it should be in water stance.
Oh, because
Oh, it's a mixed stance user.
what? Okay, hold on. No, I have the DC. I in my head. Wherever you want to dip the pot.
Okay. But Lao Guo does not need to spend his action helping me because I have advantage already.
Yes, he's not spending his action.
Okay. 5, 10. That's 10 movement. I will roll athletics with advantage.
Hey, that probably does it.
Hopefully.
Well, unfortunately for the Oni, you and Lao Guo run up to the pot, and in a moment of never having shared a single word or anything, just two guys who thought of the same idea, just two muscly dudes who thought of the same idea to tip over a pot. You both go up and you put your whole weight into your shoulder and tip over the pot of boiling liquid, which will wash over this guy.
Hell yeah.
And he is going to make a dexterity saving throw here. I'm gonna say DC 15.
At least they can't do the dust.
Okay, he failed.
Yes.
And then he is going to take a fuckload of damage.
Let's
Um,
go.
An interactable piece of the map here. So Ryuji, would you like to roll the one-time 10d10 fire damage?
Roll high.
Yes, I would.
Let's go.
All right, that's
Okay.
pretty good.
That's pretty good.
That's
Hey, I'd say that's pretty good. I'd say that's pretty
Is
glonk.
that-
Probably don't want to.
It's almost exactly average, actually.
yeah, 55 would be right.
Yeah.
Can't
Okay,
complain.
this guy completely unharmed, now absolutely bloodied as the boiling sludge washes over him,
Oh.
and the skin on his arms and legs start to melt off.
Okay, and then I would like to use the rest of my movement to go. I have 20 movement left. 5, 10, 15, 20.
Oh, yes. Just peel.
No AoE attacks for this guy.
Okay, that goes to this guy who's dead. Then it goes to this guy, who I will roll his recharge. Okay. I think he's really pissed at you, Ryuji. I think he's gonna try and smack you with his giant metal club, man. That is a hit.
Okay.
Deals. Oh, that is kind of a high roll. That's 17. 25 damage.
Oh, half to 12.
Half to 12. Okay, now it is Big Mama's turn.
No, Big
Roll.
Mama.
I'm gonna roll her recharge. Okay. She's going to fling a rock at Lao Zhi and Lao Junlai. Wait. Oh yeah, perfect. Lao Zhi, this first one's coming at you, and it is her special move. Throw young.
Oh no.
The fetus.
The fetus.
It's literally her tech.
No.
Is it an attack roll?
It is. Has disadvantage,
news.
and you should be
So
glad,
no.
Gabe, because one of them was a crit.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm very glad.
What's your AC?
19 until further notice.
It is a hit.
Oh my god.
It's such a cool way
If-
to say shield.
I will cast shield.
How do you catch the fetus in your shield, Gabe? Because it misses you with shield.
I'm gonna see the abhorrent thing flying at me, and I'm going to tune into the Tao with my blade song and just see its trajectory and gracefully line up with it.
Okay, and let it fling past you. Gotcha.
Yeah.
However, despite it not hitting you, it does still make a little guy right here.
Yeah.
By the way, Yang, I think it would have one-shot you without deflect missiles.
Incredible. We like
Yeah,
to see it.
but you did it. You did it.
Yay!
Okay, then it's gonna attack Junlai. Oh, that is unfortunately a hit. Hey, let me double
Hey,
check.
this fetus is probably more my character's speed for combat, so I'll be occupied with this guy for doing this.
I did the big smite already.
So Junlai is gonna get hit by this. Actually, that's unfortunate because he loses a lot of his bonuses. Oh, okay. Well, it's not that bad. I mean, it could be worse. Am I right? That's 9. That's 19 damage to Junlai. Okay. Okay. He could come back from this. Okay. Well, it's his turn. Okay. 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 I think this is a good move. I think this is a good move by him. Okay. Seeing, the Lao Brothers 3 have really inspired, your long lost brother. He, I said this to Riley the other day about crossing blades with Lao Junlai, that if he just went all out, everything on the front line, and put that same amount of ferocity, desperate violence that Ryuji does into his fighting style, shaped by the having to survive against the horrors, like, he could squash anybody like a bug, But he maintains this graceful, floating kind of like untouchability. He gets blemished by being struck with a stone, like a little bit of blood from his forehead. And he sees Jiwo just blood dripping from his arm. This is a lethal wound if it is not treated in the next minute. Just walking towards it like fate is coming. Crossing blades with Ryuji. Being kind of forced into the emotional whirlwind of the political situation with Lao Zhi. I think it was very true what Lao Guo said. His brother was inspired. He unveils the falling leaf technique that has not been shown to you all yet. The highest degree of mastery of the falling leaf that hasn't, of which you guys have seen. As he gracefully strides forward, and as he kind of like glides over the corpses, he says, "Inversion of the natural cycle. The cherry tree blooms in the sweet spring fragrance. Flower dance." And he's going to make an attack right here, move right here, his second attack, action surge, move right here, make his third attack, move right here, make his fourth attack, and move right here and make his bonus action pivot attack. 5 attacks total, each of which get a stacking buff based on the direction that he has attacked his opponent from. So he has attacked him from, let's see, so we have west, southwest, south, and then we have east. And he uses a peripheral martial ability,
Ooh.
inversion, to make his wood stance destructive against metal. This is the first time any of you guys have ever seen this, and canonically in lore, just because this is how it happened, if any of you decide to take it, this will be your exposure to the idea of the inversion of the tree. For a brief moment, all colors are like swamped as he moves about his dance. And I will have him make those attacks here. So you're gonna go 1, 2, 3. We'll do the pivot slash here since he switches to east for the last one. Pivot, and then the last one. Okay.
Did you just make 5 attacks?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He could do more. He could do more, but not with this situation. Actually, no, he could, because he could just spend the point here. Yeah, he'll spend the point.
Sure.
Yeah, no, he'll make another one. Why not, right?
Insane.
Ah, it misses. Okay, so the first attack doesn't get a bonus. But, so we have 9, and then the second attack is from a new direction. So that's an extra 3 damage. And then the third attack is from a new direction. So that's an extra 6 damage. And then the 8, and then the fifth attack is from a new direction, which is an extra 9 damage. So 72 total.
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
That's crazy.
Which reduces this guy to like single-digit HP. He barely touches the ground as he moves around this Oni. It is like if you took a freeze frame, just like of any single one of his movements as he dances around him, it would look like artistry. I think Lao Zhi, you dreamed of practicing the falling leaf style when you were a child, just from the glimpses that you saw of your sister practicing the beautiful dancing stories, and you see it in motion here. The most graceful movement you've ever seen in your life. This is almost the pinnacle. This is penultimate falling leaf style technique, and it is next to divinity in its grace. Then it's this guy.
That fucking guy.
I don't know what he's gonna do. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what he's gonna do here. I feel like he's kind of running out of options. He had a cool move too, guys, but he's kind of running out of options.
No, show us a cool move. I'm sure it'll be really cool. I'm sure we'd all be impressed.
Yeah, step forward.
Yeah, it's just like I think
to
that
the ring.
I think he's gonna throw a rocket. Lao Guo. I don't know, man. He hits. Oh no, wait. Lao Guo would have been able to bring his armor, huh?
Yeah, he had enough prep time, for sure.
Yeah. So. Never mind. That actually misses. Lao Guo
Yeah.
does like he throws a boulder and Lao Guo kind of just does like a and flips it over his head.
Didn't need to
Yoshida.
tell us this guy was the runt.
He has a cool ability, I swear.
All right,
Is it to run and hide? Is it to spin?
You said Yoshida has a magic missile martial art, right?
Yes, so he has magic missile, but it's not magic missile. It's called, I don't know. I forget. I think Flaming Fusillade is what I named it.
Shoot gun.
And instead of dealing 1d4 plus 1 damage, it deals 1d6 fire plus 1d6 piercing per dart.
Okay.
And they still just automatically hit.
He's gonna use that on this ogre guy, which will also be destructive. Because he'll go into a fire stance.
Oh, you know, I guess I actually didn't decide what destructive is with that. Maybe it adds a dart.
Okay.
I kind of like that.
So how many darts?
If there's a group of 100 metal stance enemies, Yoshida could send out 103 magic missiles with the first level spell slot.
Oh, so it does consume a spell slot still.
It does, yeah.
Okay.
But he always has it prepared.
One spell slot.
I should really
God,
tell you
you
how
should
his martial art
articulate
works, right?
You really should.
I just never write it down. I have it all up here, I swear.
So how much? What do I roll?
So it's 4 because it's destructive. 4 darts, so 46 piercing, 46 fire.
I think one of those could probably.
Okay, the
finish
first
that
one's
thing.
piercing, the first one's fire, or the second one's fire. I don't think he's in range to hit anything else. Oh, he could hit the fetus.
I
mean-
got this one.
All right. He'll send them all at the big guy.
Okay, so 1 at the metal guy. Okay, we'll do the first one at the metal guy. So 8 at the metal guy, which does finish him off. And then the rest at the big guy, which is 21 at mama.
Boom, mom.
That's good damage.
Let's go to
Up to
mom.
this point, undamaged.
Yeah, that's a problem for later.
I think it's a problem for right now. Okay. So that brings it to metal guy, who is dead. Brings it to Laguo. So let's go. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Let's go, Alba.
Okay, you can actually make an attack now. You fool. Allow me to make an attack. Floating leaf, flowing palm. He's going to make an attack. Which hits and deals 4 damage. But more importantly, saps. Oh, no, no, no. It's destructive. Oh. Oh. Okay. Deals 4 damage. And he saps 40 movement speed. And takes it to himself. Which he then does not use. And it instead converts to damage and AC.
Let's go.
Oh, jeez. That's a lot.
And he will make another palm strike. And this one will deal 10 damage. Okay. That goes to the fetus. Hey, Gabe. I'm gonna
It can
slap you,
try
man.
to hit me.
I'm gonna
It
slap
can
you.
try. It can try.
I guess it can dream. Oh, that's a hit, actually. Wait, no, it has
I-
disadvantage, huh?
It has disadvantage, and I still have 24 AC. It hasn't been my
That's
turn yet.
hella not a hit. Never mind.
Nice.
Okay.
Shield is still active.
Back to Sumi, who I think is going to, like, 5, 10, like, shoot this guy. Because if he runs away, that means the Red Ogre Clan gets away.
Yeah, that's fair.
Very nice. Which brings that to okay. Jihuo.
Okay. Real quick, technical issue with my sheet.
Okay.
I go to my spells tab, and I thought this sounded off for where I was at. I have 2 level 1 spell slots, or yeah, 2 level 1 spell slots, despite being a 3rd level paladin and a 1st level ranger, which just means I should have 3. And I don't really know why.
Well, just count it out of the what it's supposed to be.
Okay.
I've noticed this sheet also. This sheet doesn't count warlock spell slots. Don't know why.
Okay.
So, with Sakura, I'm just keeping a mental tab.
Okay. But I just for posterity's sake, I'm going to use a 3rd spell slot that my sheet says I don't have if I hit. I've only used 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what I want to do then is go 5, 10, 15. Oh, she's up on top of the thing, huh?
Yeah,
How high up?
40 feet.
Okay, that's good to know. I didn't know that.
Hmm.
Climb up the chain with your teeth in your arm.
Oh my god, brutal.
Is there a way to climb up though?
There actually are hanging chains with human corpses in them, so I feel like it would probably cost a turn, but I'd allow an athletics check. You also have one arm. So I'd probably give you disadvantage.
25, 30.
I mean, to be honest, you can go for it though. The DC
I've
will
got
not be as
Featherfall.
high as tipping that pot over. I tell you that.
Well, I don't have any more movement, so could I even do it this turn?
No.
Okay.
Or I guess
then I'll just.
you'd have, I mean, you could use your action to dash, and I'd probably count that.
You would count that?
I'd count that. Yeah, I would.
Okay, I'm gonna try it.
Or you could dash and just like go around.
Mm,
If it helps, Yang can get up
Get
that
the
vertical
next
face
turn.
on his turn.
Okay, I'll dash and go. I'll go the smart way. No, I'm not. I'm a bloodthirsty monster right now. I'm fucking for it.
Hell yeah.
All right, so make an athletics check
This
with
is so
disadvantage.
brutal, literally, like.
You do have
So-
inspiration.
My reasoning as to why I don't have disadvantage.
Okay.
I
Remind
put
me,
my
hold on,
Kabuto-
remind me how tall you are. How tall are you?
How tall am I?
How tall is G12?
Let me go to my. It's somewhere in here. He's like
6
5.
foot, right?
Yeah, he's something like that. Yeah, I was gonna say 5'11".
And big dude. Easily 400 or 500 pounds with all of your gear on you. Like,
Yeah.
I can't do a pull-up, Tommy. And I work out pretty consistently.
Okay, you haven't heard my logic yet.
Okay. I'm just laying down the law, Tommy. It's
Well-
hard to get up with one arm? That's crazy.
Okay, fine. I'll just roll with disadvantage. I mean, my logic was revolving around how I had my one arm free. You seem to not care about that.
With some training, absolutely no disadvantage, but
I mean, if you're climbing right, most of it is in the legs.
Okay, well,
it's
I'm
a
gonna roll.
swinging corpse. I don't need.
Damn it!
I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna use my inspiration to roll it again.
Reroll the 11.
Yeah. Oh. So I can choose to take the 11 though, right?
Take the 11. You do not succeed, but you are hanging onto one of the cages.
How high
On
up?
the plus side, like, I don't know, 15 feet.
Okay. So I get the next turn.
You still have to make the check to climb. Okay. Yang.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to.
If I scale this chain, I get another inner monologue. No,
I'm gonna move into wood stance. Verdant reap.
Burden what?
Verdant reap. Where's the
Verdant
thing?
Reap, Gabe.
Yes.
Okay.
Reap.
I
You
figured it wasn't
sicko.
what I heard.
Why isn't it?
But-
There it is.
I didn't know what it was supposed to be.
Creep. And he's going to 5, 10, 15. Or no, from where he is, he's going to do a shuriken attack on Big Mama. Does that hit?
Oh,
Okay.
super.
Because it's destructive, it'll do max damage, and I'll heal that much HP. So it'll do.
Big Mama is in wood stance.
Oh, she's in wood stance. I needed to be in. Fuck. God damn it. I miscalculated that. Okay, well I'll still do it. So it's just basic, but I still heal for whatever the damage is. Okay. And I gain 4 terry points. God damn it. Ow. And then I'm going to move into metal stance. Death sentence, and 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And then using my climbing speed, I'm going to go 35. I'm going to go the rest of the way up to where she is.
Ah, yes.
Just dash vertically up the wall past Shadihua.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, and then 5, 10. I'd just be right behind her, basically.
Yeah.
And we're in middle stance now. And I'm going to bonus action unarmed strike. Not using a key point. It's just my bonus action. Come on. Fuck.
That's a miss. Okay.
Let me just double check something. Okay, yeah. That's my turn.
Okay.
Oh,
Let's see.
my turn. My
nemesis.
arch nemesis, bloody fetus.
Bloody fetus. Yes.
I'm going to step back.
It's gonna make an opportunity attack. Aha!
Futile.
It
but
misses. Yeah.
yeah. Now it is at my maximum
you
range.
fool. Bro, he was just born. Cut him some slack, bro.
This is a fair match for combat prowess.
I don't know what you're talking about. You almost beat Lao Guo. He has extra attack, bro.
It's fair enough. It's fair enough. But I'm gonna hit it with course grasping Dao, seizing current. I'm gonna try to. There we go.
You do.
So this will do that damage plus the 4 damage because of my philosophy trait. It loses 5, I gain 5, and then from my slasher feat, it loses another 10. And
So it
then
takes 9 damage and loses 15 movement.
and then this spell effect, it takes an extra 1d8.
Gotcha. So 14 damage.
And if it moves willingly, it'll take extra damage and make a saving throw if it moves willingly. That's my turn.
Okay. It is going to move willingly and die. It does not have enough cognizance to understand that it is under a magical effect. You know what I mean?
Then it's perfect.
Oh, unless you want to use movement, Gabe.
Yeah, I guess I should. Which I have a lot of. I stole 5 and I have 4, so I have 45 right now. I'm just gonna
Ascend the chains.
yeah. Well, you're ready to join them up there. That's it.
Alright. I'm going to recklessly attack this big boy.
Okay.
Why does it
Can
do
attack
this?
him without thought for the consequences of his actions.
Hey, it worked last time when I poured that boiling pot of oil on him. The less Ryuji thinks, the better.
Consequences are winning.
Ooh. It was set to Yoshida, that's why.
Damn.
Well, I'll bonus action attack. There we go.
There it is.
The hit.
6 damage.
Okay. Goes to his turn.
Oh, I would like to move right here.
Okay. That was a good move, Ryuji. Is it worth it? It's hella worth it. Yeah. He's gonna take an opportunity attack by Lao Guo to move right here. Wait. Lao Guo will have disadvantage, but he's gonna try to grapple him. Which I still actually don't know if is legal, but I don't know, that's how we've been doing it, so. Oh, he has disadvantage? Okay, okay, that's pretty bad. This guy does have really high strength. But,
He
you
could
never know.
crit fail.
Miracle might happen. It did not. Okay. Worth a try. He is going to use his Forge Breath, which hits Ryuji, Guo, and Junlai.
Oof.
It's that fucker.
So that is going to be a deck save from all of you.
I have advantage.
Always flawless. Okay, so that is. Oh, what up here? I don't know what I'm doing. 27 damage. Halved to
13.
Oh, I forgot. I forgot actually. Lao Junlai supposed to regain HP from that. Regained 12. Putting him back at triple digits. So 27, which Ryuji, you succeeded, so that's half twice for you.
Yeah, so I take 6 damage.
Yes.
Ryuji is still looking very rough.
You've been tanking a lot.
Yeah, he has been tanking quite a bit.
Junlai drops to 7, and then Junlai has Heat Metal cast on him.
Ooh.
And automatically takes 9. Okay, Big Mama's turn. Recharge. She recharges and she's gonna throw a fetus. You know, Ryuji, how about you?
I don't like that.
We're sharing the love. That's it. That is 15, 24 damage.
Ryuji is down.
Sakura!
I don't know why it's not
And then
doing a
another
red
rock,
X.
and we'll throw this one at Laguo. That's a hit.
low roll. 19 damage to Lao Guo. Damn. And he is down.
No.
It's not good. This is not good.
Okay. Lao Junlai's turn. However, he has disadvantage on attack rolls because of heat metal. What can you do here? Yeah, I think he's just going to... I think he's gonna just go forward and make his Wisteria attack. Ah. No. No, he's gonna try and stabilize his brother. He succeeds. He will finish his movement right here. Okay. This guy is gonna throw a rock at Sumi. That is a hit. Just barely. Sumi takes, oh my god, a lot of damage. 30 damage.
Oh
1
my
HP. She's
God.
at 1 HP.
Oh my god.
Okay. Things are looking real bad real quick.
Yeah, the tide just turned in a big way.
It is Yoshida's turn.
Okay.
So, this fire guy is looking pretty bloodied, but his health pool is generally beefy because he's, you know, a tanky guy.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, the little guy has been, the fetuses have been shown to not have a lot of health. Surprise, surprise. And the water guy, of course, is dishing out a lot of damage.
Oh, is he in water stance?
Are actually fucking us pretty bad.
Well, he's not in water stance. Forget I said that. He's a water guy. I told you guys he had a cool ability, but he just, like, can't really use it now.
I think.
He had a sneaky one.
I think
That's the
Yoshida
one
is
they
gonna
didn't
go
have, too. That's cool.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And I think he's gonna blast a magic missile at the fire guy.
Yeah, that's good.
Which was, it's 3 of them, right? So 66.
Yeah.
Okay. 22
Ooh.
damage.
Big damage.
He is almost down.
Ooh.
Very nice.
Okay, that's all he can
Slug
do.
Woe. And then he's stable, so no save, so that's back to Sumi. Actually, who cannot heal Ryuji.
Can she jump down below the rock to get cover from the rock guy?
Yeah.
If you jump, she will die, but she
Oh.
can 5, 10,
Well, I mean, like run
15,
down and, like,
20,
you know, yeah,
25,
yeah.
30. Yeah, but not before she launches a shot at him.
Or actually, hold on. From up here, she'll launch a shot at that guy. Maybe she'll finish him off. Nope.
No.
Okay, hold on.
If
For she's too far. She's just too far.
Oh, Yoshida has 35 movement speed, so he'd be one more square farther.
Yeah.
I can attack
Yeah.
him on my turn, but
Okay. Jihuo.
You can get to him, Gabe.
I can. I don't know if I can do enough damage.
I can't even get to him if I just try.
Yeah. Don't try. I'll be able to go that far at least.
Hit him. we keep climbing.
We keep climbing.
Kabuto handle in my fucking jaw. I will climb this chain, Dom. I'm going. Disadvantage. Athletics.
No.
I'm gonna say you make it up another good 5 feet.
Okay, 20 to go.
20 to go. Okay, Yang.
Gonna do a short sword strike on Big Mama, in metal stance. No, first we're switching back to Verdant Reap, to make shuriken attack on Fire Guy. This guy.
Oh yeah. You'd have disadvantage on that
Oh right, okay.
because the melee is within. Well, doesn't matter. You see.
Wait, on the fire guy?
Yeah.
But why would she have disadvantage then? Because the fire guy's not melee range.
But if you
It's 20
if there is a melee creature, if there's a hostile melee creature within 5 feet of you, you have disadvantage on all ranged attacks. Not just ranged
Oh.
attacks against them.
I didn't know that. So 6 piercing damage, and I heal 6 more damage, 6 more HP. 18. And then I'm going to go back into metal stance, death sentence, and spend a key point to do flurry of blows, 2 unarmed strikes on Big Mama. Destructive, which I don't think is gonna matter because it's a lot of health.
One of those. Oh, both of those hit.
Gorgeous.
She's easy to hit. She just is very big.
12.
That's
12
good.
damage. Big Mama. And that's my turn.
Okay. Very nice. Lao Zhi.
So, Fire Guy survived the 6 damage.
He did. Just
I
barely.
bet he won't survive 6 more.
6 isn't nothing. I will rush over seeing Lao Guo and Lao Ryuji fall. No! And I am going to use the spreading Tao diverging stream.
Oh.
I will lose blur. Take that off. But I'm going to imbue myself with the coursing energy of the Tao whenever I take. This will be a level 2 spell slot, my final one. But when I take an attack action, it's instead a cone that causes a dex save in a 15 feet. So it's going to apply to both of those when I make my cone attack.
Okay, and they have to make a dex save, right?
Yeah.
What's your DC?
It's only 13.
Okay, the fetus fails.
Okay. It's still half damage on a successful save. So, I will roll the damage of my attack, which is going to be this plus the d8 because it's a slashing. Let's see. Yeah, slashing damage. So it's going to be 7. Okay.
Let's go.
15.
Do you get any bonuses for him being in fire stance? And you
If you
being
failed
in
the
water?
save, I would.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
15?
15 halved on a success.
Both of them in one graceful swoop.
That's huge.
Big money, Lao Zhi.
Falling.
That's huge.
Okay. AoE. That is my turn.
Okay.
I have
I
5
have
more
to make a
movement.
death
I'll record
save. Do you want me to GM roll it?
Yes, please.
Alright.
Okay, so then it is Fire Guy who is dead. Then it's Big Mama. Big Mama recharge. Okay. Big Mama is going to throw a rock at Yoshida. Has disadvantage because there's melee. Guys, that is ridiculously high. She hits Yoshida for the die was really high, but another die bounced it to something lower as they were rolling.
There you go.
Okay. That's 15. That's 25 damage to Yoshida.
Okay.
And fetus.
Oh, God.
And then she's going to attack Yang with her melee attack.
Okay.
Which is normal. And what is your AC?
18.
Wow. She swipes her arm down. How much HP do you have?
I have 18 current and 4 temporary.
This blow could knock you. She sweeps her arm at you, and you like ninja backflip over it.
Great, I'm so happy to hear it.
Okay, Lao Junlai kind of clocks something that a couple of you guys cannot see from your angle. He is going to bonus action dash. Get right there.
Let's go.
And I have to take off his resource for that. And then he's going to attack this guy twice. Oh, but he'll use his last use, or his second use of the Wisteria tree. Ah, well, that's a miss. That's a shame. Okay, second attack anyways. Pretty good. Okay. This guy is going to disengage, and then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Because he is terrified. Then it is Yoshida's turn.
I think Ryuji needs to be healed, but he's gonna have to take an opportunity attack if that's the case.
Sakura's on her way.
Can she get to Ryuji next turn?
1 HP.
She's got you.
Okay.
Oh, she's got her.
Then in that case, Yoshida's gonna attack this fetus.
Let's go.
Definitely a hit.
Okay. 7 damage. That was a really low roll. And then he's going to attack it again.
Nice.
Okay. He kills it
Nice.
as it spawns.
Then he's going to go
Okay.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35.
That goes to Guo. Stable, there's no fetuses. It goes to Sakura.
Oh, she better not die.
Okay, at 1 HP, maximum range. Used all of her movement. She saved 1 healing light just for you, Ryuji.
Oh, thank you, Sumi. I want her to know telepathically that I almost asked Yang to start a revolution for me in Wanzhen to get her to be with Lao Zhi.
Yang refused.
That is 3 HP to you,
Okay.
and then
Let's go.
you will use her bow to attack that guy with her action.
Hey.
Hey, ain't nobody ever hating on 5 damage. You know what I mean?
5 damage is 5 damage, that's what I say.
Okay, Jihuo,
Whoa.
my boy.
Get out.
I have a question.
Yes.
If I use my my temp HP to enter an Earth stance and negate the effects of difficult terrain, would that assist me?
Yeah. Yeah, it will.
Then I will give myself 5 temp HP. Enter an Earth stance. As I, climbing the chain, shout, "Mortal Guardian Spirit!" and I immerse myself in my warrior facade. Now, I can make the roll with disadvantage still, or does it take away the
I think it's
disadvantage?
gonna cancel the disadvantage here and make it a normal roll.
Hell
Okay.
yeah. Let's go.
You bring yourself up to stand face to face before the beast, and on your next turn, you can wail on it.
Yes.
You made it. I said you could go around, and he said, I go up. Yang.
Okay. I just found out I have one more key point than I thought I had. So that's fantastic. Amazing. Okay. We're going to bonus action disengage. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. And then, and that will spend a key point. And then, moving into wood stance. God, that's so annoying. Shuriken attack on, let's see, let me double check. Big Mama.
What's disadvantage?
Right.
Well, you could do it as you run, though. Wait.
Cause
Sorry, you
if
bonus
he's-
action disengaged?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Is Shihua technically in? Did he make it up?
Yeah.
Okay, then.
Yes,
okay, then
I
it would be a
did.
disadvantage. Let's go. It would be a disadvantage.
Well, yeah, because you're out of the range.
Wait, I will not move that far. Then I will move there. I think I'm within range.
No, so it's 20-60 range, so you have to be within 20
Oh,
feet.
right.
But you could
And-
you could throw it as you run away when you're 20 feet away.
I will
You
do
could
that.
make
I
it
will-
normal.
5, 10, 15, 20. I'll stop. I'll throw it shuriken at normal. Fantastic. 23 hits, I assume.
Yes.
Okay, I heal for 9 more damage, which I think brings me exactly up to back to full health. And then 5, 10, 15, 20. And then I don't think I have anything yet that lets me do a monk weapon attack in place of an unarmed strike. Okay, then I think that's all I can do right now.
Okay. Let's see.
All right. If it hits me, I just die, I think. But that was true for the entire battle, so I'm at full. It doesn't matter. Or no, I'm gonna stop right here because the range that I currently have is 15 feet. 15-foot cone. I'll go right there. Ooh, actually, how much movement was that? That was just a little bit. So I'm gonna go up here. I'm gonna hit. I'm gonna make my attack, which is a dex save.
What's your DC?
13.
Succeeds on the dot.
Okay, it'll take half damage to this. So 4 damage.
Okay.
But it'll lose 5 movement speed, and I will gain 5, and I'm going to step behind. Can I step behind this rock?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Ryuji, you are up. You don't
Oh,
have an
yeah.
action,
I don't have an action?
but you
Because
are up.
you just got revived.
I'll go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And rage.
Okay.
Let's go.
Big Mama. Rolling for recharge. She's gonna make a rock attack on Yoshida.
With
Has
disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
Yep. Damn right it does.
Oh. That's crazy. I guess the dice giveth and the dice taketh, you know. Hey, does Yoshida got a shield?
No.
Damn. That's a hit.
I don't know if he has, like... He has 5 spells on his list. I don't know if that's right or not. But, yeah.
Wait, I have a
that's it.
question.
Huh?
Oh, never mind. Never mind. It doesn't work anymore. Oh, they've taken something from me that they will not get back, Dom.
Did they eat your shield too?
Yoshida takes 22.
He's down.
He's downed. And
If Yoshida dies, I'm gonna be so mad. Oh my god.
okay. And then it's gonna attack Shihuo. What is your
Just
AC?
gonna try. 18.
Is that accounting for your shield?
Hey, it might be. Let me see.
It's gonna hit you. It was
It's
a really high
definitely
roll.
it definitely is accounting for my shield.
Oh no.
Okay, Shihuo. You take 23 damage.
23.
23.
Bet.
Oh, okay. We just need you to get a turn off.
Okay, that's her turn. Lao Junlai.
You might
5,
know
10,
her
15,
before
20,
Come on, Lao
25,
Junlai.
you might not know
30, 35, 40. And he's going to use his last use of the Wisteria dance.
Guys,
That's a hit.
That-
and then
that
It's
10 HP play is also the
plus
only reason I'm
4.
up right now.
So it's
The 5
15
temp
damage.
HP mattered. Oh my god.
2. Okay. And then he regains 4 HP. And then he'll make a second attack. And then he'll expend his last key point for 2 pivot slashes. Oh, so
Oh, no.
unlucky. That's so unlucky. Damn. Oh well. Okay. That is his turn. And
Yoshida has to make a death save. I will do that.
I guess he'll attack Lao Junlai.
Oh wait, that guy goes before. Yoshida does.
That is a 23,
Oh my god.
which does hit him. But he will parry it. So, oh damn, that's a high roll. So, 6, that's 22 damage to him. To Lao Junlai, but he will parry. Reducing it by 9. So what did I say it was? 22 damage?
Yeah.
I'm fading. 7. That brings Lao Junlai to 69 HP.
That's after all that?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he's been healing too. His
Oh.
guys, he's strong. He's high level.
I forgot that he heals though too.
But yeah, the falling leaf heals. Okay, yeah, then Yoshida.
Okay,
Death
he has to
save.
make a death save. Okay.
This thing is going to attack him.
Oops. That was not Yoshida's death save.
Okay. No, I thought that was the thing's attack for a second.
It is going to attack him. That I believe is a hit. What's his AC again?
15.
Yeah, it's a hit. Which is 2 automatically failed death saves.
Yeah.
I thought it was just one.
Well,
Got
it's
hit.
an automatic crit. Because it's a melee attack, so it's 2.
If you're incapacitated, yeah.
Okay. Sumi is going to use the last spell slot, which she was really trying to save for Jihuo's arm. And use her Heaven Piercing Ray.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's time.
And that's a miss.
Oh my
Anyone have an inspiration?
I don't.
I don't.
We
Does it
used them on the rom-coms earlier, remember?
Oh my god.
We didn't. We almost did, but we didn't.
Yeah, no, so if it doesn't hit, it doesn't deal damage, so it doesn't split into healing.
That's rough.
She's always hit these before. I think this is the first ever miss of a Heaven Piercing Ray.
Shit is dying.
Is she shooting it at the big guy?
She's shooting it at the
Small one?
yeah,
Oh, no.
the gremlin attacking Yoshida to try and kill it and save him. Okay, well that's her turn. Jihuo.
of
I
your
mean, I
total?
have one path forward at this point. I'm gonna try to hit this thing.
Yeah.
Just gonna. I'm
That
gonna.
is a
Oh
hit.
no, that's a hit. Yeah. So I'm gonna use my last spell slot to divine smite.
You could
Which will
also
be
mark.
I'm gonna mark. I'm gonna mark and enter a fire stance. Yeah.
Nice.
So that will be. I enter fire stance. Let me see. Yeah. And because fire and there's no bonus, right? No bonus, no negative.
Yeah.
Okay. So then it will just be the 1d8 plus 1d6 plus 3d8. So 48 plus 1d6.
Yes.
Do you want me to do it separate because of the radiant damage or no?
No, go ahead.
Plus 3. Forgot about that.
Ooh, 29?
No, 26 because the plus 3's in there.
Okay.
26.
Big damage.
How's Big Mama looking?
Beat up.
Okay.
Not on death's doorstep, but
Can I
like.
say something
but
when I
like-
use my technique, Dom?
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to crawl onto the ledge, the kabuto in my mouth, and I want to take it out and say, Oni! Judgment has come. Face its style. Divine judgment. And I'll,
You swing your kabuto down and you hear the sickening crunch of bone as you shatter something deep within her body. Yang.
If
Right.
you kill the little guy, I can try to stabilize Yoshida.
I feel like with Big Mama being low, I kind of have to go for it.
She does just keep popping out these little guys every turn.
'Cause
Yeah.
if
It's
I can
unlikely
take her
I
down this
tank
turn,
another hit, but I'll at
Yeah.
least draw aggro if you guys want to do something without needing to kill her.
I might be able
I'll
to
tank
kill her
another
this
hit.
turn.
If you can
I
do
might
that
be
much
able to.
damage,
It's because of the way my death sentence works. I might be able to kill her.
okay.
Yeah, go for it.
I just have to double check something real quick. Flurry of blows immediately after the attack action. Okay. Okay, so
You could replace a your martial arts bonus action attack with your death sentence, though.
right. So I'm going to. I'm in wood stance. I'm going to run up 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Going to short sword attack first.
That's a hit.
For 9 damage. Then I'm going to move into metal stance. Death sentence. I'm gonna make 2 No. I'm gonna stay in wood stance for my first unarmed strike. I'm spending a key point for my last key point for flurry of blows. For my first unarmed strike, I'm in wood stance. Then I'm going to move into metal stance for my last one.
You could metal stance both of them if you have the uses left to
I
up
do.
your odds of hitting it.
Yeah, I do. I'm gonna do that.
Do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Metal stance.
Thank you for remembering the dot.
You're welcome. That's so annoying. Okay.
I switched my dot.
I don't know. I noticed we'll need to do it twice. Thank all of you for remembering the dot.
It's because I have to do it like a million times per turn. Okay.
Yeah, you do have to do it a bunch.
Okay. So 7 damage.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. Please read to me your death sentence ability,
Okay.
except for
When
the
you-
redacted
part.
When you enter a metal stance, when you make an attack with an unarmed strike or monk weapon, you may enhance the attack with lethal precision. If the attack hits and the target is reduced to 10% of their maximum hit points or less rounded up, they're instantly executed. When this ability is destructive, the percentage increases to 20%.
Oh, that's right.
20%. What a
20%.
curious percentage. That is almost precisely what you hit here as you execute
Yes!
the
Can I-
matron of the Red Ogre Clan. How do you do it?
I'm gonna do it the same way I did it the last time I did this. Just bare palm straight up through the jaw and out the top of the skull.
Horrific. I like it. Jiwo, your front seat to the display once more. I mean, your righteous power is like, this is like really the Ryzen's like, hey man, if they're not dead when you hit them harder. Kind of mentality, just like barreling through shattering bones, but you're witness to the terrifying precision and lethality of the Black Star Regiment. Death sentence. Instant death blow.
So
I
hoping it
imagine
would
it's one of
work.
those like in the video game where like for one frame it's all black and then the silhouettes are white, you know, and it does the kanji death sentence.
We hit the fucking threshold. Good shit.
You have
Rita.
one more unarmed
Yes.
strike.
I only have enough move. Oh, because I moved into metal stance, I have a climbing speed. So technically, because this is a ledge like right here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll use 20 feet of my climbing speed, and then my last 10 feet of my movement speed. And
They're all the same speed.
It's all
They're the same speed.
Okay, so I'll move.
It doesn't give you additional speed, is what he's saying.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it just
Then
allows you to climb.
I can only get right there. I can't get close enough.
Oh, okay.
Because I think I was like 5, 10, 15, 20.
So in that case,
Yeah.
it goes to Lao Zhi, right?
Yeah.
Can you put the X on the big guy?
Yeah.
Big Mama?
Can I? I'm gonna run. And can I use my action to attempt to stabilize him?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that.
It doesn't remove fails or successes, but it stabilizes.
Well, let's see.
So if he's attacked
Sure.
again, he'll die.
I go after you. I might be able to kill that thing.
I'd better actually. I think it's better if I attack it. Cause
Yeah.
there's 1, 2. Oh, Yoshida and Goro are both down. So there's actually only you and me, and Junlai. We'd have more time to stay. Oh no, because on his turn he has to roll again either way.
And
But an
Goro's
attack is more
stabilized.
guaranteed. Goro's
Goro is
Goro-
stabilized.
no.
No?
Not stabilized.
Guo.
No, he has 2 fails
Whoa,
because the
sorry,
monster
whoa.
attacked him.
Yeah, I
Right,
know.
Guo-
I'm not
Guo.
worried about Guo.
Guo's napping.
He's just-
Guo's
Roll is
big
safer.
napping. He said, "I'm done, man."
All right, I'll use my attack.
Okay.
Wait. If I miss, no, I still have damage.
I rolled the save,
Okay. Yep.
and it fails.
Oh, thank God. Oh, okay. Well, I'm chilling then. It's wow,
much damage.
24 damage.
Well, there's no crit on this one because it's a save, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
So we'll
It's
just
still
take
a
the
lot of
first values.
6 plus
Is
7
6
is
plus 7, which
13.
is 13, which almost kills it.
Oh,
Okay.
Like a hair's breadth away.
I don't have any bonus action damage. But I will. I don't know. Get in its face. Try
Then
to
it goes to
taunt it.
Ryuji.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I have exactly enough movement speed. I'm going to bonus action attack the monster. Recklessly. Oh, that says Yoshida, but that is Ryuji. Why does OBS always makes my mouse just like disappear? There we go. Okay, so that is going to be 8 damage. Dumb.
So I think that you can only make an offhand attack when you take the attack action.
I don't think so.
I actually.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. I just want to check because this is a pretty important roll.
I thought it was part of like an extension of the attack action as well.
I'm pretty sure it's just a bonus action to attack with your offhand. Let me. Oh, I know where to find it.
It's dual wielder, right?
Two-weapon fighting. When you take the attack action and attack with the light melee weapon you're holding in one hand, you can use a bonus action to attack with a different light melee weapon you're holding in the other hand. So yeah, it's specifically when you attack on your turn.
Okay. Then I guess, like, what do you want to say? Is that my action, or?
We didn't know the rules, so you could choose to do whatever you could switch your action if you want.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna try and stabilize Yoshida.
Okay, that'll be a medicine check.
Yeah. Let's go.
Okay.
Okay, that's stabilized. Okay. So then it goes to Lao Junlai, who will attack this guy. Which is 21 damage.
Alright.
And he's gonna attack him and miss, so Lao Junlai is going to use his reaction. The person-tree smiles in the early summer light orange bounty. So then he gets to do this, and then add the
superiority die, so that's 15, and then he regains 15 HP. And then deals 15 extra. Okay, this guy is almost dead. And then Yoshida's turn, and then Go's turn, and then this guy's turn. Who... I'll make a roll to see who he attacks here.
I just whipped him up.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more in your favor. I think 2 out of 8 Yoshida, 1 out of 8 Ryuji, the rest you for whipping him up.
Okay.
Well, that's Ryuji. Hey, I mean, Fetus has got to attack, and he crit fails. Okay.
Let's go.
Sakura will make another attack. I don't know why I rolled with the die, but she hits.
Alright, as long as you don't all miss this little guy.
Okay, so that guy's barely alive. She won't.
This little guy's still barely alive?
Yeah.
The fetus?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Can I move over the dead body?
Yeah. Difficult terrain probably for this one because it's so huge.
Actually, if it's alive by hair, I'm guaranteed to kill it because of the deck save attack.
Oh, yeah. I ignored difficult terrain, Dom.
Ah.
So, I mean, I think I still just have to, like, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I mean, I'll just dash so I can get into range of it. But then I don't think I can do anything else.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, just
Try to surround it a bit, I guess.
run up and make 2 unarmed strikes.
Okay. Second one hits. Second
7.
one kills.
Okay. Whew.
Okay.
And then I'll use the rest of my movement to go 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
Ryuji.
Yeah, I'm gonna use.
Oh, can I go?
Oh, sorry. Let's see.
Because oh,
Guys, I could just make 3 attacks for Lao Junlai here, and if he hits one
Yeah.
of them,
I'll cast a
combat's
spell.
over.
Chill touch.
Okay, oh no, go ahead, yeah, chill touch. You might get him,
Yeah.
man. Get him! Get him up!
Freeze that sucker.
No.
Nah, you missed. We're just really quick, just... I can't function. He's dead, okay.
Alright.
He had 1 HP, okay, he's dead. You guys all gang up and beat his ass, okay, he's dead.
No, I want to do something specific.
Okay.
I do not want to beat him up, Dom. Upon
Wanna save him?
upon seeing the
can
battle end, I think I want the adrenaline to start to fade, but I want Lao Zhi to do something very specific. He drops to the ground where he is, grips the kabuto by the handle, closes his eyes, and grits his teeth, as he bears the pain of the arm. and he's doing something.
Okay. What are you doing?
Well, he doesn't do this out loud, so I don't think anybody knows this, but um, gritting through the pain, he will pray for the Oni souls to have a graceful entrance to the afterlife.
Oh wow.
Perfect.
Is you
Beautiful.
philosophy.
And in this specific situation, very politically positive. I know, Ryuji, you have a habit. You have a sick first habit. I would encourage you to not chop these guys up, given their Lao.
Yeah, what Ryuji will do? Well, first, I believe we have a healing poultice on Sumi.
So, crazy thing about that, we don't, because Yang used it on Lao Ara after the fight with Lao Ara, and then Ryuji he said my ever blue lotus, and so we never made another one. So, guys, I am going to pass out while I'm still speaking. My brain is quite simply at like 5% functionality. So, but I hate to leave on a cliffhanger. So, here's the deal. Jihuo, I'm gonna kill you. Oh shit. That was very thematic, Tommy.
My headset just died.
Oh no. So, Jihuo, I'm gonna kill you if you guys don't like pull off a minor miracle to fix his arm. Because losing a limb in the medieval ages is just a death sentence, and magical healing
Oh,
does not equal
Would Lesser Restoration
limb.
work?
I have. Ooh,
Less restoration would probably work, but Sumi's
Yoshida?
out of spell slot.
Yoshida has Lesser Restoration.
She's a warlock though.
Oh shit!
Yoshida has Lesser
we might not
Restoration.
have an hour. I was
Yoshida
also
has it
gonna
right
say
now.
You
He can literally cast it
yeah,
right now.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think it will take a large combination of things. If you guys want, limbs being chopped off to like not erase, do a little bit of an unalive. That's like a healing plus lesser restoration is a really good band-aid. And then you need an immense amount of a lengthy amount of time of con saves and elite medical care.
How long does it take to craft the healing poultice?
Fittingly, with like how I've narrated the adrenaline. After I finish my prayer, can I just drop to the ground unconscious?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's like the fight, and it takes a short rest. So pretty much,
So
if Ryuji is willing to give up the Everbloom Lotus, fail the the side quest, if you guys can manage to get Jihuo through an hour without Sakura's help, then she could use the healing poultice.
okay. Yeah, let's do that. And Lesser Restoration would get us there, right?
But you'll have to get Yoshida up.
Yoshida!
Oh wait, hold on. You could use the clarifying poultice to get Yoshida up
Yes.
to lesser restoration, which I will at least say will give advantage on con saves.
Okay.
And
Okay.
then the con saves I'll determine, but based on the medicine checks.
Okay.
Can we use the
That's what we
blazing
can do.
fire to cauterize his wound for any kind of advantage? To staunch the bleeding right away?
I think you're better off with a tourniquet.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm with you though. I'm with you, Yang. Don't worry.
I think that's yeah.
Tears going off in flames. Come on, they're our own.
So
Well-
Sakura will apply the healing poultice to Yoshida, which brings him up.
The clarifying poultice. Yeah.
The clarifying poultice.
Alright.
And then Yoshida.
And
Lesser
that
restoration.
takes a minute. Okay, so we're gonna break this up into just 10-minute chunks. So we're gonna do 6 checks / saves. So who would like to be the one doing the medicine checks
Who?
on Chihuo?
I have a +1.
I have a +0.
Can I do them on myself? I have a +5, please.
What does Junlai have?
I think like
Wisdom.
Please let me do it.
a +3.
Stay away from me, you animals.
Junlai can help Yang. Junlai and
Okay.
Yang can kind of. So
Okay.
basically,
Okay.
Sakura gets Yoshida up, who begins to use. Oh well, the cauterizing flame. That's kind of his whole thing, cleansing
Yeah.
fire. He begins to use the cinders and his flame barrel to cauterize the wound, which will give you advantage on your con saves, Tommy. Because you're immediately prevented from disease. And then Junlai and Yang, or Sakura kind of just tosses healing supplies, opens the first aid box, like, she
Yeah.
can't scream, and she starts to immediately craft a healing poultice once Ryuji produces the Everbloom Lotus.
Yeah.
So Yang, give me a medicine check with advantage.
Okay. Oh my god.
Okay. Jihuo, give me a constitution save with advantage. Okay. Yang, another one. Jihuo, another one. Okay. Repeat, rinse or repeat one more time.
Dumb. I don't know why. 7.
Wait, what?
I have one more minor inspiration.
Okay.
I'm gonna make it a 7.
17 on that. Okay. Gotcha.
It's a
Gotcha.
or something. I don't know.
What you might not know is performance and
Okay.
durability go right
Yang.
along with it.
I meet or beat all of them.
See, we test, and
Oh,
then we test again.
Another one, Jihuo. Okay, that one's pretty good. That was pretty
Huge.
good.
Huge.
Okay.
Another?
1, 2, 3. Yeah, another.
Okay.
Okay, that's pretty good.
That's pretty bad.
Okay. Okay, last one.
Okay.
That was good.
Those advantages really saved her.
Oh yeah, definitely.
At the start of next session, I would like to give a better narration.
Okay.
But in my current state,
It's okay.
here's what I'm gonna say. This is like paging ER. Doctor Sumi, the patient's lost an arm. Hold the tourniquet, put on pressure until I can get the IV set up. You guys are kind of clustered around Jihuo's body. You just see him. There's this like painted scene of like the dead Oni and Jihuo kneeling up just with the Kabuto in prayer for their forsaken souls, and then just pass out, just blood loss. Jihuo has lost so much blood. It is like you should not be able to survive.
At least an arm's worth.
Jihuo, you will not be walking out of this with you will be walking out of this safe because you succeeded enough of these, but you will not be walking out of it without minimum a week bed rest. Even with the healing poultice, just because
Oh
of
no, I was
how
still imagining.
much
I was imagining
fucking
for the
blood
safe
is gone.
get back to the city and then like have months of recovery. To be honest.
Yeah. Sakura finishes crafting the healing poultice and immediately comes and applies it. Additionally, that's a short rest. So she
Oh.
also pumps some healing and lesser restoration in as she applies it, because she could do a second level cure wounds
Can I use
and
my
lesser
fucking hit die?
restoration. No, you're at 1, bro. Oh, actually, no, it does heal you though.
That's what the crafting item is supposed to do. So maybe. Okay, well, I don't know. Yeah, you can do your thing.
Oh, no, just checking because I just don't want to die on the way back.
Sakura uses healing magic as she applies the poultice, but while you guys were keeping him stable, it was like, okay, Shipo's got. Okay, he's a tough guy. He's made it through worse. Has not made it through worse. He's made it through worse. Okay, no, he's good. He's Shipo. His heartbeat's slowing. It was like literally like Yang, like you have fingers that like with your pinkies you could sew like you are the finesse the scent and you're like fingers on the pulse like oh he's fading it's like boom boom and you have a moment of again a lot of strange little friendships forming here in the middle of combat just Ryuji and Guo like hey you want to boil this guy together like heck yeah brother Yang, let's be clear, you're an assassin and a servant.
One of my hands just up to the elbow in demon
In
viscera.
demon blood. You and Junlai have a moment of just like monastic connection. You both know about pressure points and ki, and so like Junlai like strips away his breastplate, and like you guys start utilizing pressure points, and you give up on like CPR, or start going like okay. Like align the energy flow. Like this is the anime literally just like, oh what? We can't get the poison out of his body. He's gonna die. I'm giving him my life energy. Yang and Junlai, you guys are just like tandem healing with your monastic makeshift medicine. You keep Jihuo's heart beating by rhythmically pulsating the ki through his body and compensating on the loss of ki pouring out of his arm by filling it in with your own. And you manage to just get him over the hump.
Flatlining.
If I flatline for a second, do I canonically have an after death vision?
Well, maybe we could talk about that. I also want to say, without Yoshida's lesser restoration, that would have been an 8, an 8, and a 7 on those, and a 10. So
Oh
like,
yeah, no, I know, I'm aware.
really big. And then Sakura finally completes it, and she can apply the poultice. Okay. That's where we'll end the session.
I'm taking
So
one of the
glad
Oni clubs, by the way.
Huh?
I'm taking one of the Oni clubs for Juan Baru or whatever. She's getting her trophy.
Bro.
Good trophy. That's a good one. I
Yeah.
was waiting for you to pick a nasty one. You picked a good one.
We'll take a fetus.
Can grow her own.
I assume you guys will probably do a brief cursory once over and then get the fuck out of here. Because Jihuo is, well, actually probably able to walk, like hobble, like do the arm, this arm over the shoulder.
Yeah.
And, hobble.
Updated
I
art.
think you said it's just my forearm. Still have a stump.
You do.
But your lay on hands has become lay on hand.
It's lay on and stump. Fuck off.
Okay, lay on hand and stump.
Wait,
And,
make
yeah,
your way
you
on
wanna
this
get
stump.
home as soon as
Oh.
humanly possible. So
100%.
you guys can do a once over, get out of here. There is a little bit of loot, but there is mostly some information. We can make some rolls next time. Like, I would like to have more brain cells.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
But you guys do your you do your sweep and you get the heck out of Dodge, and that's where we'll end the session. Jihuo